Humanity with AI. So that's at 5 o'clock, and I hope you stay with us or go to the other stage, whatever you like. So next, joining us is a researcher, Aljoscha Borchardt. I have to read this. He is the Deputy Site Director for the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence here in Berlin. And he is an expert in language and artificial intelligence, so perfect host for this discussion. And the second one is Mario Brandenburg. He's a member of the German Parliament, the Deutsche Bundestag, from the Free Liberal Party, Democratic Party, so FDP. And I also have to read this. He is the policy spokesman for the parliamentary group of the Free Democrats in the German Bundestag and a member of the Committee of Education, Research and Technology Assessment, as well as spokesman to the Committee of Digital Agenda and Study Commission for Artificial Intelligence. So those two will discuss today this very interesting topic, if Germany can actually make AI. So are we just a paper tiger, as I think the literal translation is, Papiertiger aiming for the moon, or are we actually capable of doing this? So this is a bit of a controversy maybe. If you have questions as the audience, please use the chat and ask those questions. I can then later on give them to our two guests. But now I would like to welcome Aljoscha and Mario, and please cheer at home and clap for them for our discussion. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Fine. Aljoscha, you want to start basically? Go ahead.
Yeah, we are fine. So first of all, we didn't know whether we will have a moderator or whether we will just be talking to each other. So we said it's a little bit of a surprise, but I mean we could start maybe with a home story and tell how we got to know each other, Mario and me.
That makes my job easier. Else I have some questions for you, whatever you like.
Yeah, you have some questions, but let me go ahead, because it's fun, I guess. So I think 2.5 or even 3 years ago, DFKI, the former head of DFKI, Wolfgang Walster, got an invitation from Christian Lindner, head of the German Liberal Party, to join a brown bag lunch and discuss about this new hot topic, this trend of AI, right? And then, but unfortunately, Wolfgang Walster couldn't make the appointment for some scheduling conflicts. And then, so he went to me and he said, "Oh, do you want to talk to Christian Lindner about AI?" And I said, "Oosh, yes, yeah, okay, of course. If you think I can do it, then I also think I can do it." So, and in this room was Mario. And it was a real nice atmosphere. Christian Lindner in the very beginning says, "I'm the boss, but the other people in this room are the experts." For example, Mario. So whenever you want to talk about content, talk to them. When you need political support, talk to me, like this. I mean, so he was very friendly and inviting. So we talked about AI. And after this meeting, as always, we say, "Oh, yes, let's stay in touch," and so on and so forth. And then we departed. And I said, "Yeah, let's stay in touch." Well, we will hope, no, not hopefully, we will probably never meet again. I mean, like this always happens. But then half a year later, this Enquete Commission of the German Parliament was founded. And then Mario, and I don't know, Mario, do you remember how it went on then? Did you ask me? Did I ask you?
I actually asked you because Aljoscha was the only one in the room who basically was reading the Live 3.0 from Max Tegmark, and I guess we were reading it to the same time, and he was the only one as well, being a bit of a dreamer and fascinating around what could be and can AI fly to the moon and find new planets and blah blah blah. So basically we got to talk about that topic, and when I was in charge to nominate somebody for the commission, I remembered Aljoscha, and I was fighting very hard to get him in, because I think it's important, and maybe that's a transfer as well to content topic. If a parliament discusses something, normally it's only politicians. Within that enquete commission, it's 50% politicians, 50% let's say real people, but nominated by politicians. And I was fighting super hard to get a researcher in from the field, and the other nominee was somebody from a big tech company, because it's normal that for example the Social Democrats would bring in unions, the Christian Democrats would bring in their stuff. So and then I remembered Aljoscha. It was fun basically to work with him, and the good thing is, and I think that's basically the bridge to what we should discuss, it's super hard for politicians or politics in general to have a vision what to do with that stuff. If you're in charge to regulate, it's super hard to find the goal, what to do with it. And basically, this is when the researcher comes into play to bring positive ideas what to do.
And especially when you have to regulate something you don't know. Yeah, so it was inconnu for most politicians. It was the unknown we were talking about in this enquete commission, and that was really, for me, also, if I can start with the resume of this enquete commission, for me that was one of the nicest thing to see how the knowledgeability of the politicians raised in the first few sessions, right? From having a faint idea what we are talking about when we talk about AI, it became very concrete. For most of them, they got tangible ideas of what we are talking about, and they also very soon understood that we are not in the age of regulation yet. Yeah, but we are in the age of exploration and getting to know this technology. And so we must not stop it in the very beginning by over-regulating it. I think that everybody understood very soon. I mean, some still tried to have red lines and these things in there, but I think that they were getting softer and softer.
But Fabian, in his keynote, which I was enjoying very much, said the moment the politicians come in, it becomes unsexy. So basically, since you worked with politicians for 2 years, you're as well causing unsexiness. So what was the point, or would you agree that it becomes unsexy if politicians come in? And if it is, like Fabian said, why is it? I mean, you're the external one with the real world view. I'm infected already.
It really depends on which politicians you talk about. I mean, we had politicians that are especially experts for helping SMEs, for small and medium companies, and they were fighting really hard in the discussions to get good requirements in this in our final report. So, for example, that the small and medium enterprises, that they need certain kinds of help, that they need to get access to data, and so on and so forth. So it really differs. I mean, the politicians are fighting for their constituency, and so no, I don't think it became unsexy. So we. The funny thing about this digital transformation in AI is that you always have to cooperate with people. You need data. We need data, for example, from the public institutions. We need data from the industry. We need the use cases from them. We need to get KPIs from there. So we cannot do it in our scientific ivory tower. It's no fun. That's the funny thing about AI. It's not really sexy when you don't have questions and when you don't have users, right? So I mean, often enough, users are the enemies. My wife is a designer, of course. Then the customer is the enemy. Yeah, you can do it better without the customer intervening. But in AI, and I wouldn't fully agree with Fabian. It gets more fun when people are using it, when there is data and when there is uptake.
But actually, we are now back at the title. We normally build paper tigers, and you said basically it's fun when there are customers. So you see, I'm becoming a moderator. But what would be your top 3 things which we could achieve basically within that commission from that standpoint, from really execution? So what will help? I mean, knowing that we created the paper tiger, that's part of the reality as well. So there is nothing cool, nothing clickable. It's a PDF. So you see basically how the real goal and the execution is drifting apart. But what would be the top 3 things written down in paper the next government has to do to support basically you or research?
I don't want to make this paper too small, but I was hoping more about the heads, about the people really in this room who are now convinced that something has to happen. They can go out to their parties and they can talk and they can explain what's going on, and then they can point to the paper. And one thing, for example, we put in this paper, I find personally really interesting, but it's, I mean, one of hundreds of requirements that we put in there, so that we need APIs for the big platforms, so that researchers, for example, and journalists can study topics like hate speech or like political, what do you call it? Influencing of people, so that journalists, and that you can now say we need to have these platforms, these APIs. We need to force Facebook and Twitter and so on to give APIs to journalists and to researchers for studying the phenomena. Everybody wanted to talk about hate speech and these things, but we don't know about social bots, and we don't know whether they exist yet. And this was one point where we were very concrete, where we said what needs to happen next, and this will happen. And we also talked about, of course, that we have to find good conditions for research, and good conditions for research doesn't only mean money and professorships and so, but also means kindergartens and means, I mean, yeah, a second dual career chances and so on. I think this has also been stressed again, and many other things.
But maybe as well to the people in the chat and in the internet. So shoot us some questions. We don't need to talk to each other all the time. But coming back to the APIs. So I mean, there are guys out there running an AI company. So what's your feeling on that? Because that was highly debated. You know, basically to say somebody just open up your data, give us access. And if you remember the discussion, there were parties who said, perfect, that's something the BKA should have. So the BKA, German, basically institution, which I personally would not say these are the ones who need access to the APIs. So it's a fine line, you know, to split up someone's business and say we need access. For you as a researcher, it might be nice, but for a regulator, that's actually a hard shot. And I'm not trying to say Facebook, really not, but actually that's a big thing. And so if somebody is out there thinking about that, Alyosha gets access to the APIs to see if there are filter bubbles. So just share your feelings with us, because this was actually a mess when we discussed it.
That's absolutely true. I mean, some things that are public that can be crawled in principle. I mean, that we can, information that we can find, but it gets much easier when you do it through an API. I mean, this is undisputable, right? This is no problem. But otherwise, I mean, we discussed this, and this is really an issue. Some people say, yeah, the state could help and could to fund this research. But if you look over the border to Poland or Hungary or the former US president or China, you wouldn't want to give this in the hand of the state. You would rather say there must be a third party, maybe an NGO or somebody that is controlled by the state but not run by the state, needs to get access to this data. And I think and this was another thing that I learned in this democratic process that we had here. We didn't really pinpoint who should have the access in the end. We said we need access, and we said we need to find and debate further good control structures, how this can happen, right? We gave examples of how it could happen, but we through this, as you said, through this very broad political spectrum that was covered there, we all, most of the time we said this needs to be further debated, and we need to find the suitable things. And I wouldn't know how I would prefer it, but I want to have the access to study these things.
But it's another thing which is interesting here. You pointed to Europe, and we all want to have AI made in Europe. And as well, in Fabian's keynote, he said Europe basically needs to live up to it. And I'm fully convinced that this is true. But now you brought it up, because when we were debating internally, not in our commission, but about the Corona app, for example, about central or decentral storage. So if you do centralized storage and European syncing, this means basically your data goes directly to Mr. Orban, which is probably not what you would want for the 80 million of the German population. So it became decentral. Now everybody, for a reason as well, is criticizing it's not integrating nicely. So even if we always push Europe, it's a fine line, because I would not say that whole of Europe we agree. And so that's basically a problem for a digital single market as well. So, and that's, I guess, hopefully something you learned as an external guy, that calling in Europe is theoretically easy, but practically has some downsides as well.
Yeah, and giving technical solutions to societal questions that are open, right? This is another thing. I mean, like we knew it from politics. When it gets hard, then you often get to the legal question, right? About, I mean, homosexual marriage. Then you go to Karlsruhe, and then so the highest court has to decide whether it's possible or not. But in principle, it's a political decision, right? It's not a legal decision, right? But it's easier to turn it into a legal decision. And I've also sometimes had the impression that we turn some societal questions. Do we want to use face recognition in public places? That's a societal question, and then it turns out into a technical questions about the current state of the art. How many false positives, how many false negatives do we have on the current state of the art and technology? Which doesn't matter to me for answering the fundamental question whether we want to have this kind of technology. You could do it the other way around. You could say we want it as soon as we have the following error rate, then we want to use it, right? And then science has to make it work, right? This would be, for me, would be the right way to do it, and not the other way around. Oh, what is the error rate? Can we accept it societally? Let's see. Yeah, what can research offer to me? I think this is an old-fashioned idea of transfer. It doesn't work here.
I need to start laughing, because this brings us back to one other massive discussion without almost any result, or no, with a dispute. is technology neutral? You remember that one? Because now you argued with your facial recognition that it is neutral. Is it really neutral, or does technology have an agenda? Because the ones who were not in the room, this was debated, I guess, for an hour, and then we stopped the debate without any result. And basically, this topic at the end came up, and then there was a voting, and now it's some fiddly text in the report document, because we could not find a solution if technology is neutral. There was really a split in the House. 3 parties more said yes, 3 said no. So what is your final conclusion? Is AI neutral, or does it always have an agenda?
I mean, of course, there is a philosophic fundamental position that says everything that is made by man is not neutral, but human values are in there. Every hammer I produce, every car I produce is loaded with values, right? And then it's no more neutral, but I mean, it has my intention has gone into it. But if we take this away, and if we're a little bit more liberal in the notion of neutrality, it's complex. When you think of the development of an AI system, somebody at some point, maybe for their bachelor thesis, has a new machine learning algorithm. Somebody uses it and turns it into a image recognition algorithm. Maybe years later, puts it on open source. Somebody maybe years later trains it with images to make it recognize, I don't know, animals. And somebody later turns it into an app that can be used to recognize animals. It's a long development process. And the question is, when does it lose neutrality? Yeah, in this long chain of things. I mean, and the person that, for example, turns it into an image recognition doesn't know it will be used for animals. It could also be used for cars or for complex situations. So you don't know. And then often people say, the computer scientists, they need to swear something, or they need to get an algorithm TÜV. And so you have all kinds of measures that could help, but they don't really help. And at some point in this long chain, it loses its neutrality. It's not, you cannot say it was then or then, but it's complex. And that's the point. And we wanted to make clear that the basic technology I'm convinced that the basic technology is neutral, right? The other day, somebody told me, already our way of doing mathematics and statistics is highly influenced, and other, like Japanese people, they have a 3-valued logic maybe. And so I mean, if you question the basic assumptions that we're using, like base statistics or so, then nothing is neutral. But I think that goes a little bit too far. I think we should, if we look from the far end, I would say, yeah, well, in the beginning it's neutral, but as soon as you feed it with data, I would say it's no more neutral. Of course, when you choose data and feed an algorithm, then the values that are hidden in this data are in the model.
So, but can I throw in a question?
Yeah, sure, because absolutely.
Being an investor looking for returns, I'm getting a bit nervous here. And I don't know about the audience, but so the topic is a bit aiming at, maybe we Germans, we're slowing things down because we are paper tigers. At the end of the day, people who are using AI, they want to make something out of it. They are creators, right? Why is it actually happening that we have this paper tiger image? What are you guys doing in this commission? Are you trying to prevent those entrepreneurs from doing what they want to do, or what's happening there? What is your motivation? I haven't understood that yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I'll take that. I mean, you see, that's was a good example of actually what was happening there. So you're coming from the field side. So I was in tech before, and I would say the political side comes from that questions we just had, because if you want to regulate something, if it is neutral, you would end up with another regulation, then it has an agenda. So now I'll stop that, because this will go forever and ever. But to make you understand what the problem is, you cannot just come up with, say, look, we need a fund for startups, whatever, an innovation fund. Then somebody would question, what should it do? Should it help basically science? Should it help commonwealth? Should it change our social system? So the real problem is what I learned in 3 years in politics. Everything has to be attached to some political sense or goal. And this is absolutely not matching to what's going on in the field. And to give you some concrete, basically winning. So while discussing the problems to basically get funding from startups, with all the parties over and over and over, you could see that the current political direction was changing. So the government is now talking about an innovation fund, which should start next year. I think it's 400 million from the government, 600 millions free money basically flowing in from you, from investors, from companies. And this is a result that they realized, and they really had to talk to startups with that problem. And now this is coming up without being attached to a bigger political meeting. It's just trying to help startups to survive basically the second investment wave or something. So, but this took, I think, I don't know, 3 months to decouple it from political agendas. And that maybe explains where the problem is, and why from a field perspective, this looks like we are all doing some esoteric stuff.
And as you said, these political topics, they are there already, right? Then somebody wants to talk about DSGVO, and other people want to talk about future of work and this and that. I mean, right? Why do we want to talk about the future of work? Well, why is the problem of the Commission on AI to discuss what happens if just in case AI would kill some jobs? Right. So you could also take it. You said that's not our point here. We want to help the technology get through and get Germany become first in the technology development. And then when it comes, and when there is a job loss, then we could start discussing what can we do about it. If it doesn't come, we don't need to discuss it at length, right? And nobody knows, as Fabian says in the beginning, whether it will come. So I think there is also some mismatch. But I think for some people we could help a little bit with their fears. Also about killer robots and so. I mean, this is another thing that some people also think that when you invest in AI, it's like an atomic power or like genetically modified stuff. Yeah, once you have it, you will never get rid of it again. So better not try it. I think that's still in many, many people's heads. And this is also something we have to work on. And there, Mario, you said it already, and you said it at another place. We fell a little bit short in the outside communication, but also because it wasn't the mandate of this study commission, right? But this is something that needs to change the attitude of people in Germany.
But maybe bring our investment moderator in. What would be your expectation in terms of that? So again, I'm really I'm in favor of what the government is doing there, which is absolutely not my job as an opposition. That they learned that they should come up with an easy and flexible investment for. But still, you could see in the next level of, I would say, being open to it, institutional investors are still not planned. So meaning that our pension fund money or something could go in, that instead of investing into concrete or whatever, they could invest in the next generation. Why isn't it? Because still the political, I would say, scare to say we invest some pension money into something which might not be super safe is not there. So it's not yet there. And we could not solve that through the discussions in the Commission with AI and some examples, because basically there the political hindering was still too high. So we would need some in business you would say storytelling from the field to convince the ones who are scared. And if we are honest, that's still not there, because Fabian said before AI was dreaming, and now we are in execution. So, but within execution, you need political visions to put money there to basically get it kickstarted. And I guess we are a paper tiger, because sometimes we at least we're Germans, are not that visionary. Compared to the Americans, they sell us a pen and they have a slideshow that you think, oh my God, I need to buy it for 400K. And we say it's a pen, it writes, you know, we are too rational. And this comes back to what Fabian said, if politicians come in, it's unsexy. But I'm really trying to change, and I hope that it's changing. And Fabian as well, luckily, said he thinks it might change.
I mean, this is maybe all things. One thing we put in this report is that we said also in the educational sector, we have to be very fast, and we have to bring computer science to the high schools and everywhere. I mean, I did my high school diploma in 1994, and I had computer science lessons already back then. And still today, people can do their high school diploma without having ever touched a computer.
But would you agree to bring AI then in, like recognizing the eye tracking and see that you have reading issues? Because that would be the blocker topic. So I'm now the politician. I always tell you why it's not working. So convince me.
If you do it right, I mean, the question, so Mario's question is when we put an AI camera in the classroom that, for example, can measure whether the pupil, whether they are attending or whether they fall asleep, right? In China, this happens, right? Do we want to have the same in Germany? And I would say if it's only an immediate feedback to a teacher, or say like a university teacher in a classroom with 800 students sitting there, to have a meter that tells you how many people are now sleeping or watching movies on their iPhones, that would help. But if this information information leaves the room and goes to their boss or maybe to their lawyers or their parents, and so they can misuse this information against this teacher. I mean, then I wouldn't agree. But it's a question about how it is done and what happens to this data. Yeah, is it just an immediate feedback that will be deleted, or will this data be saved? I mean, the same we have with saving telephone calls and so on. And an old discussion, right, that we have for a long time. You have to make it right to make it happen. But this is really.
You see, but let's come back to the paper tiger thing and how we fixed it, because for that example, it's interesting. So the parents don't want it, which then we would be back to the argumentation why the customers don't want it, and in that end we are not in. But to again give a positive example, which I at least think was helping as well the guys with companies in the field and the researchers. Before, Germany was defining AI excellence clusters by a federal state. So we had, I think, 16 because everybody got one. So that was the political solution. Now we are down to 5. So you basically, as a researcher, you hear there will be more money to attract talents. Even if you lucky you, the DFKI is basically not bounded to the Besserstellungsgebot. So the ones who are not German, there was a law that as an AI researcher at, for example, DFKI, you could not earn more than somebody would earn with a state contract in whatever state office. So, and this was highly blocking talents to come in. So do you think 5 excellence spots in Germany is still realistic, or is it still a political wish compared to the size of Germany? And if you think how many excellence spots, whatever, you can count off in the US or in China?
I mean, if we don't raise the talents, it will be hard to fill the positions. The same we see with these 100, professorships that are floating around. I mean, one of the only KPIs from the German AI strategy, right? And everybody's asking what's happening. I mean, today it was in the newspaper again. I mean, so that we have trouble there. But I think if we build the talents, I mean, why not? Why not go for this number? I'm not for an absolutely centralized one hotspot. I think we can have several of them. That's also what we do at DFKI, and so they can build several topics. For example, we have a DFKI office in Bremen, close to the sea, and they are working on marine technologies. Right, they are closer to the sea. They wouldn't do that in Munich. Yeah, but in Munich, you're closer maybe to car industry, and you can have a hotspot there, or like in the Stuttgart Cyber Valley region, people do that. I think that is okay. If you link it to something sensible, then you can have a little bit of decentralized structure.
Then I would basically stick to the decentralized thing, because I think we are actually missing out on that too much. So Fabian said we will have our own Facebook. Not sure, Fabian, if you listen to that, and I'm not sure if we really need it. And if we would have it, I would hope it's decentral. So maybe talk about, because always we talk about China, central stuff, blah, blah, blah. And there was always the question, can we live up to that? And are they too powerful? So I would just want to say, when it comes to car or whatever, electrical engineering and that stuff, we were never bigger or richer than China, but we were just better. So I'm always question if it really is the right way to try to get own Facebooks and stuff, or if we should focus on really just becoming an active network. So maybe you guys on that.
I think the big 2B things, they have been eaten, right? I mean, that's that you have it in the US. They were the first ones, and then in China, of course, you close the market and then you can replicate it once. But we don't want to close the market in Europe and have our own Facebook and what have you, iTunes. So I think we have the B2C. We have the strength in the small and medium enterprises, right? So we have a tax office in Dortmund, and we have a car manufacturer in Stuttgart, and they want to work together. They want to work on some nice new kind of business that they have to. I mean, in this B2C area, where we are not talking about big data.
But Eduard, let me just jump in, because Eduard said it's not about the money, it's about speed and progress. So absolutely, I'm in. So, but then it's about willingness of a society to change. So basically we are back, and I don't want to open up the political discussions again. So is our society then hungry enough? Because in the end, I wouldn't say China is, the Chinese people are not that hungry. They are at least forced to be hungry, but are we not hungry enough then?
I think we have a negative attitude towards technology. I mean, since 30, 40 years. So every new wave of technology came with a lot of protest from people because they thought somebody wants to trick me into something for making profit. I think that's the general attitude we see a lot in Germany, and I think it hasn't changed now. We don't see the positive potential of this technology. Also, when I read the newspapers, I mean, we get these paper clippings, and I've really carefully looked through our 2 years of working on this commission. Does do the messages change? But I think they haven't changed yet. The other day, I talked to a young student about AI platforms that should help students do their university, get the right courses, get some feedback and so on. And they said, "Oh, that's total control. Now they want to control us." That's a feeling also of young people.
But maybe then to answer Eduard, to give you the positive thing, we were debating a lot to get in the so-called regulatory sandboxes to basically not hold up the ones who won't be faster. And it was basically super tight to even get them in as an official recommendation because there was scare already. And I found a nice article. They counted the words chance and risk, and it was 2 times more risk than chance in it. And remember how we were fighting. So basically, I hope at least we could bring up these wormholes for the one who wants to go faster. So I'm not thinking that we can at least change the ones that are here. So the next decade might be a bit more eager to do some changes, but it's about bringing in wormholes for unbureaucratic execution. And so they are in, and basically whoever will be the next government must then argue why they are not fully executing, because it was every fraction in that house agreed to have that as a recommendation. And therefore that's what I always explain, because we're running out of time. So in the industry, you would write a moonshot paper. That's just not possible. We were writing something which is pushing from the bottom. So we were basically pushing up the minimum bare limit of innovation, which by itself does not sound fascinating, but in the end it is, because there is everything what you will find in there. There is no logical way to not execute that, because basically it was common sense at the whole parliament. So maybe if you read it the other way around, then it's more refreshing, I would say. So, and we are running.
We are also maybe a little bit the wrong people.
Don't worry, we have 10 more minutes. Yeah,
we are maybe the wrong people to talk to, because you are from a liberal party. I mean, you said let people try it out on the market, yeah, and the good solutions that will survive. And I'm from research. I say, okay, let's test it out. Of course, I mean, do it in a human-centric way. I mean, have the users on board and have the trade unions on board and everybody that is inflicted by this technology, right? And let's make it good and let's make it right. But I know, I mean, everything will be worse when we don't do anything. That's the point. I mean, there's no guarantee that everything remains the same when we don't.
Then let's put it back to you and maybe our moderator as well as investor. So you're happy to join. And I was confused by a big zeros in red looking up my screen. Therefore, I thought we are running out of time. Did then you as researchers or even as investors in company, did you miss out to explain nicely what you're doing? Because I mean, there was the point talking about explainable AI. It came up all the time, but if you really look underneath the hood and all the research project, it's not yet that much. So if I would put myself into a classical political standpoint, so did you miss out to explain what you're doing? I mean, there were AI winters, it was there all the time. So why does nobody understand it then?
My question would be, why do people need to understand it, right? For me, it's the other way around. People should tell me what they need and how I can find out if it's good when I build it, and then I build it, and then they can test it. I don't know that they don't need. Not everybody needs to. You don't need to understand how the brakes of your car work exactly. It's a lot of high tech in there, but you don't need to know it. You just need to be able to operate them. And for a doctor, for a clinician, it's completely different. When a system gives a recommendation for some medical therapy, then they need to get some sort of explanation, but they need to get the right one, right? And they need to tell us, and that's what we're doing in projects. Then they tell us we would need this and that information to understand whether the machine understood the case and got a good recommendation, right? But this is very particular for certain applications, and you cannot do once and cannot discuss that once and for all. And that is something that we also found, I think everybody understood in this, that we need to differentiate. Yeah, are we talking about mobility? Are we talking about medicine? Are we talking about entertainment? That we need to act differently there. But I mean, But I mean, as a side remark now, and talking really as a scientist, all this about explainable AI is really a sad thing for me, because I started out in the old days of good old-fashioned symbolic AI. You understood perfectly well what the machines were doing, but they were very simplistic. A robot could lift their arm and could pick a box, but you would understand why they would do it, right? And then came all the machine learning, and the systems started to learn themselves. The performance went up through the ceiling, we know that, but we don't understand how the machines do that. I mean, this is also very disappointing. How can a machine translate text so well when we have no idea how they do it internally, right? I mean, this is really disappointing for us as scientists, because you want to understand how things work. So I would be the first one who would cheer loud if we understood better what the machines are doing inside.
So for an investor, Mario, it's pretty easy, to be honest. Our companies look at things that are working, and as Alyosha said, so it's really testing and trying, and you're not really asking the question, what are the politicians thinking about this? What is regulation thinking about this? We were actually a bit scared when we heard that there would be something that users could claim, like later, that you take their data out of the training of the model and would have to kind of get the model to a state when the user wasn't there, because this is highly complicated. But I have I'm sitting on boards of 4 B2B companies, so there the topic is a bit different. So it's not like with end consumers, it's in a B2B context. So still GDPR is very important. And I think, by the way, that's a big strength of Europe, that we can really ensure user privacy, and we can enforce that also on other companies that are coming into Europe. So this is an edge of AI companies starting here. Plus, and I think that's the second one, it's really about multilingual approaches. I think Alyosha is more firm in that, but 2 of my companies, they are in NLP, and they are the only ones who can do it, because for Americans, for example, they speak English, and that's how they train their models. But at the end of the day, they don't want anybody influencing them. They want to be creative and build something that people buy, and that makes people
absolutely
happy.
So don't get me wrong, don't start to think what would the politicians want. No, because then we are doomed in the end. So that's absolutely not how it should work on that.
Don't get me wrong, but maybe to end this a little bit, because we're running out of time. Since Christmas is coming up, I would love to take the opportunity for both of you to ask each other what you would wish from the other side to do. So the scientist asking the politician, and the politician asking the scientist, to make really the application of AI from a German perspective much, much better and faster. Who wants to start?
I could start. I mean, one thing I would really hope is that the state itself would start using AI for various purposes and telling people what experience they make, so that they are really a forerunner. So that we would say, oh yes, we have a cool state, and now the companies, they cannot stay behind. They have to be as cool. Yeah. So when you do your text regulation and so on and so forth, I mean, then you could get a nice interface where you can put everything in, and you see the effects and so on. I mean, this would be really nice, and for many other things that are paper-based or fax-based still. That would be the one thing. And at the other hand, I mean, of course, you're in opposition, not in the current government, but it would be good for me also if we could a little bit monitor the long-term effects of our paper tiger, right? I mean, we will not see the effects tomorrow or the day after, but it would be good if you would call on us, I mean, on our expertise, I mean, regularly, so that we can monitor and can see if it's still, the recommendations are still good. Yeah, if some of them have been met and they need to be modified, I mean, this would be something, it would be good, I think, to have a little bit more long-term activity than what we could reach within 2 years.
Thank you. Mario.
So basically, it's really research communication. I think it was missing a bit, or not only talking to the politicians, but talking to the people. So you're the bridge in between. And so, I mean, there are minor people who don't believe in research anymore. But I think this triangular thing needs to work better, because you come without an agenda. And if you see what happened within the COVID crisis, so rather if you share the opinion, for example, of Mr. Droste or whatever, so what they brought up, how many people listen to the podcast and call us and say, yeah, but he said, and we need to become better in our argumentation. So I think this circle was a bit sleeping, and therefore scientists should communicate a bit more to ordinary people, and not only on conventions and stuff, because this really helps the politicians to hook into something which for voters comes without an agenda, because otherwise you're always the politicians. You want to do it for this and that region. So this would be my Christmas present, and a bottle of wine.
That's a lot to do. Great. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, both of you. Mario, Alyosha, that was really, really interesting. And I guess if we have more questions later on, they can just shoot you an email. Easy.
Absolutely.
Cool. Thank you so much. Please stick around. And everybody, we're now taking a break until 2 p.m. And then we continue with AI strategy. So hope to see you then again. Ciao.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
So.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Rise of AI 2020 here at the hybrid area. I hope you had a nice lunch break. We definitely had, and welcome you all back with a lot of energy for this afternoon. We will talk mainly about AI strategy, and we have a lot of very interesting speakers for that. And at the end, at 5 a.m., we have our Accenture Humanity competition, so please stay tuned for that. Now coming up, and you remember before the lunch break, we were talking about German regulation, AI, what politicians could do. So what is very interesting, obviously, is the European level of that. And Damien Böselager from the European Parliament and Volt, I think it's a movement they called it, but maybe Damien can explain it later. He will explain us about what the AI regulatory framework on European level is and could be. So also taking a look into the future. What I like very much about Damien is that he's a true Democrat, fighting for legal migration and fair and fast European asylum system, and ensuring that the EU works for all via budgetary stability measures. And we have a competitive and innovative European Union. So coming up now, Damien, and please give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Yeah, I mean, I work on a range of issues, as you have said, some of them like in regards to migration. I also work on the recovery package that is currently being discussed and stopped by 2 countries, which I won't mention in this very moment, and I'll come to that later. But maybe quickly as a couple of words of introduction and then a bit of an overview of what's going on the European level from a regulatory perspective, and maybe some 3 key and very simple theses on what we should do and why the European level is important for AI regulation. So first of all, to myself, I mean, as you said, like 3 or 4 years ago, I founded a movement or a party. It's both, so I don't really mind which one you choose, with an Italian friend and with a French friend. And the idea was to say that on the big topics of our time, be it migration, but also AI and digitization, or climate change and so on, we do need European solutions, but we don't have European parties. And so we said, how about we build the first European party? And obviously, if you think about that with the 2 friends, most other people think that you're quite crazy, which was also happening to us. But somehow we managed to do this and run for the European parliamentary elections out of 7 or 8 countries and won 1 seat out of Germany, which is the one I'm sitting on. And then basically in the European Parliament, I work on the special committee for AI that was recently founded. I work on the Industrial Policy Committee, working on all topics digitization. And I work on a range of other committees that I won't bother you with right now. Maybe one which is important is also the Budget Committee, because I work there. And this brings me to maybe to the introduction. So what happened since I joined Parliament is that very quickly the new commission was put into place, and one person that was there sure to be there from the beginning was Margrethe Vestager, that you all know, and she very quickly proposed an AI strategy. Then much later, actually half a year later almost, the Commissioner Breton was proposed by the French government after the European Parliament, me included, kicked out Macron's previous candidate, and so Thierry Breton came as the French pick, and he did something very smart, which is add a data strategy to the whole package of Madame Vestager with the AI strategy. And why is that smart? I think, I mean, you all know this, but if you regulate AI, that's very good, and I think we can discuss about how to best do that. But you should always understand that if you don't have the right regulation or strategy of how to share data, you won't have any data to train your algorithms on. And so my own thought process actually led me to put a lot more emphasis on industrial data, on mixed data sets, and focus a bit on how to ensure that we have enough data to actually train our algorithms. And so I was quite happy when you came forward with that. I mean, we could talk about what kind of AI regulation Frau Vestager is doing. I mean, what she's basically proposing from the beginning is to say, look, we should categorize something that is high risk and something that is low risk. When we talk about AI, high risk, for example, would be an autonomous an autonomous weapon system based on an AI, and low risk would be, for example, your Spotify proposed list, or your favorite songs based on your Spotify history. Obviously, where regulation might not be as relevant because your fundamental rights are not as infringed upon. And so this is a process that she's now, like an idea that she's now putting more and more into place, and is trying to define what a high-risk data, like high-risk algorithms are. And I think the general approach makes sense, and we will see some things coming in that direction soon. And on the data strategy by Breton, we are still waiting a bit more on details. The idea is to somehow create European data spaces so that in specific industries, you create rules that would allow companies, but also the public sector, to share more data. And I can answer some questions on that if you're interested in that. Now to my thesis. I think the first thing, and here I do differ quite substantially from Dorothee Bär, who spoke earlier. The first thesis I have is that European makes sense, and we should focus really on European regulation rather than national fragmentation, I would call it. And the reason for that is that you all know we already have, quite a complex internal market in the European Union. And if we destroy or further fragment the digital common market, if you want, with national regulation that really strongly infringes upon your chance to train your algorithm with European data, I think we run into a huge problem, and we weaken the anyways already difficult European marketplace for European competitors even more. So the first really important point here for me is that we need to have this European common internal digital market, if you want. And we should be very careful with coming up with national legislation or regulations concerning AI, just because it will further complexify, I don't know if that's a word, the work of our European startups and anyways, innovators when it comes to AI. So that's my very first strong thesis, and I think we should really do that. One way that I try to fight for this, and this is just a bracket maybe to open it, is that in the European Recovery Fund, so this is roughly the 750 billion euros that the EU is now trying to borrow in the financial markets and then put out there as an investment package in all European countries. I fought for something which is called a 20% digital target, meaning that 20%, and I calculated that's 135 billion euros of the specific instrument I'm working on should be spent on the digital transformation. And I hope we can use this money to really ensure that we do the next step when it comes to digital transformation. The second big thesis I want to make is that we should really clearly differentiate between sovereignty and competitiveness. And that's a point where I think it's really important to look into this. In the past, the European Union, but also a lot of the national levels, including Germany, focus a lot on digital sovereignty and strategic autonomy, if you want. So two notions that somehow seem to imply that it's really important that we safeguard our own industry, we use our own suppliers, we really try to buy local, if you want, when it comes to digital. And I think at some point that does contrast with the idea of ensuring that the European market is competitive, that our industry is competitive, and that we win, if you want, in the global competition when it comes to digitization and the transformation, the digital transformation. So to just give you one example, I mean, you all know this, but there's also initiatives out of Germany and together with other European countries to, for example, go in or build something like a federated cloud infrastructure for Europe, so that we have a national, or like a European cloud service provider federated out of national European cloud service providers. And I mean, that's one approach, and I'm not so convinced of it, because we're somehow trying with the public sector to build something like a competitor, if you want, a European competitor to somehow get into the cloud market, which we know is very much owned by the big three US companies. And I think my approach here would always be to say, look, we on the one side, we want all our SMEs and startups and so on and big industry to move into the cloud and to be able to use all these great tools and to be able to be more competitive and train their AI. On the other side, we somehow tell them, yeah, but don't use the American ones because they're evil and they will take your data away. And I think my approach here would be very different, and that would be to be very, very strong on market regulation and competition law, so that we have the tools and we give the tools to the European Union, in that case, again, Frau Vestager, to ensure that the cloud market doesn't concentrate further, that there are ways of ensuring interoperability, that cloud service providers need to offer the APIs so that you can transfer your data from one cloud to the next if transferable services or comparable services exist. So all this, for me, it's a bit of a philosophical question, but I think rather than trying to force European competitor or European industry to use European providers, I think we should just enforce that everybody who acts on European soil and who provides European companies with cloud services, in that example, should be held to a minimum standard. And that also means that data, if companies want that, cannot be transferred, for example, outside to other countries, and we know the whole complication with the Cloud Act in that regard. But I think to be strong on that, to be strong on the standards, on the equal playing field, on fighting concentration in markets and digital markets, I think that's and digital infrastructures, I think that's really important. But I don't think it makes sense that the state, if I can say that, builds service offerings that try to compete with what we have there. The last big thesis is also a bit shaped from my own experience, and that is to be concrete and to be tangible in the regulation that we set forward, and not to complexify, if you want, again, the regulatory framework too much, but to somehow help and enable rather than to set too many boundaries. And that comes from the personal experience that I'm a big fan of GDPR. I think GDPR really managed to set a global standard when it comes to data privacy and data ownership. And I think we should really see this as a best practice of how to ensure that European standards work, and how to ensure that basically we build a trust-based and a rules-based kind of digital space that will then emanate, if you want, into different in different markets like the US and China. So I think that's really a positive example. But personally, when building Volt, the GDPR came into place and really halved our whole followership, because we just had to, recertify everyone and ensure that we have the audit trail and I don't know what in place to be able to send emails to our follower base. And so I think the issue here was not that the regulation came into place and that we set a global standard, but the issue was that many of the smaller industries and the smaller businesses and startups are often overwhelmed with the regulation that is coming. And I mean, I know that the Commission also tried and that the countries tried to explain how GDPR worked, that there's a transition period and so on, but I don't think it's enough. And I think we need to, when we write these kinds of regulation, really have a focus on helping smaller businesses, innovative businesses to understand these rules and see that they're simple and that they're easy to apply. Because if we don't do that, again, I think we harm our industries, and we should make sure, especially if we set European regulation, that we take this into account. And for me, I mean, that also means that if we think about digitization, about AI, about how to, first even collect data, how to change the mindset of people to go into the digitization process, to then at the end be able to use AI, I think we should think about the tangible and concrete ways of how to make that work. And I'm very open to discuss this with you, because I think it's really a core issue of how to do good regulation, is to ensure that it's, that we think it out of the perspective of the startups and of the SMEs in that context. So, for example, I think if you think about digitization and AI, I think we should not only think about the regulatory focus only, but we should also put a strong focus on the whole question of what kind of incentives can we set? What kind of money can we make available? And here in this context, I want to mention that I looked also and went to Sweden to look at their AI strategy, which is very much built on regional clusters and regional focus areas. And I think it's something where we can learn from, if you try to actually regionally bring together like the local, I don't know what, production company with the local university, with maybe some local electricity production company or whatever, so that you create local use cases, and then you discuss, okay, what kind of data are you producing? How could we use that to potentially, lower energy costs and be more energy efficient in a certain way? So I think to really focus on local or regional areas and priorities, and have a bit more of a bottom-up approach, and allow for funds to be used to have a legal clinic in these kind of local contexts, so that all the legal questions can be clarified. I think then we can work our way from use case to actually a digitally transformed society. So I think maybe as a closing remark, and then I would be very happy to also hear your thoughts on many of these issues and your questions. I believe that sometimes, so in general, AI is what we should aspire for, and the AI transformation is something that will happen. But when I talk to all the SMEs and startups on a tour around Germany, but also other countries, and when I look at the different ways to regulate, I think we really have to understand that companies are on a journey from being almost completely analog to using AI as the core of their business model. And for me, what I'm really interested now in is how to, in the next digital transformation process, which is really about industrial data and making industrial data usable for AI across the European Union, I think in that process, we really need to think very carefully about how we set, as I said, European standards rather than national fragmentation, how we can help European companies to be competitive on this journey from the analog to the complete AI integration, if you want, how we can really understand where the majority of them lie, and how we can help them along this way to make it very concrete and tangible with use cases and business cases. This is a bit the focus I have. I think from the European level, we will see quite a lot quite soon, as I said, when it comes to AI classification, high risk, low risk, in the way of Madame Vestager, if you want. And I think that's useful to set a bit of a frame. But I think when it comes to the data strategy and how to actually enable companies to share data so that they can move on this journey from analog to AI, I think that's where we still have to do a lot of thinking. And I believe it's really at the beginning of a thought exchange, and I would be very happy to hear more from you also now in the Q&A, but also afterwards if you have any thoughts in that direction. That's it from my side. I would be very happy to use the remaining time for question and answers.
Cool. Thanks very much, Damian. I think we have one question from Markus Schmidt. What's your opinion about Gaia-X? Maybe, Damian, you can also explain what Gaia-X is first for everyone.
Yeah, I mentioned that indirectly in my speech a bit. So Gaia-X is the idea, if I get it correctly, but I never fully get it, and that's I have tried, but I'll admit that. So Gaia-X is the idea of a federated cloud infrastructure, so bringing together European cloud service providers to be able to compete, if you want, with the American cloud service providers, and yeah, basically set up a system of European cloud service providers so that they have the same kind of like some form of a competitive offer. And I think the idea is that especially for public procurement of cloud services, they should be able to join a tender. For example, if the European Commission says we need a new cloud infrastructure for research data or whatever on the European level, that this cloud federated cloud infrastructure would be able to compete with the American ones. But since this is started out of the German industry ministry, I think, I have to still understand how it actually works. I think that's a bit my question in that regard. And as I said, I would rather than trying to build competitors, I would try to set extremely clear guidelines of what any cloud service provider in Europe has to follow, such that even if I choose Amazon Web Services or whatever, Google Cloud, I don't know what, or Azure from Microsoft, that I'm that I know what I can get, and that I'm sure that my data is secure if that is what I want, if that I use, whatever kind of offer that they offer, but I know that it's regulated under European law. So I think what I'm trying to say is I think it should be possible for European companies to choose whatever cloud service provider and have 100% trust that the data is secure, that the data cannot be transferred to another country or even government, for example, under the Cloud Act, and that nobody uses their data in a way that is not, proper. I think that's for me a bit the focus I would like rather put.
Cool, thanks. Markus also had another question: how to motivate the big tech players to share their data with smaller players, probably referring a bit to the US players.
Yeah, I mean, here I'm much more interested in open, because I think, as you probably heard, I'm very much on the side of the startups and the new players, the new entrants, if you like, because I mean, my movement, Volt, is a new entrant into a market, a political market, and I can see already what kind of barriers of entry exist in such a setting, where you really have a zero-sum game, if you want. But I do believe that we have to also, have a look of how data is owned in the different contexts. And I'm a big fan. If you have ideas of how to force companies to open up their data spaces, I think it's an interesting point. I would still go, if per default, always to competition law. So I mean, as you know, there's an interesting law case currently running in the US on access to a certain market for Amazon and so on, or like for Amazon competitors. And I think we should always try to understand, where's the competition infringement, and can we somehow give the EU Commission a bit more power to monitor certain markets, advertisement markets and others to like ensure that. But I mean, if you think that, a general law that you have to publish your data unless it's personal data or contains any trade secrets or like business secrets, I mean, I would be very happy to think about it, but I just haven't seen a good system yet.
I think one problem there is also, if you don't pay for the product, you are the product. So who gives away the product data when they can monetize it? One thing that I always find interesting is the discussion about regulation is usually around B2C products. So it's about the end consumer, which makes a lot of sense. But you mentioned the industry, that this one is also very important. Do you see any need for regulation of AI in industry data place for Europe? Anything where we have to protect our data, or actually can even foster more AI or support it with regulation?
So, I mean, you said it correctly. For me, it's my focus. Yeah? I think the B2C market is quite defined already, to be quite honest. And obviously there's things to improve, and there's a lot of focus on the Digital Services Act and other regulation that is looking into privacy and so on. And I think, again, if you talk about equal standards when it comes to privacy, I think there's still a lot to discuss also with the US and other countries. But I think the next big transformation, the next big digital transformation where the EU can try to be competitive is really when it comes to industrial data, because we hold a lot of this industrial data, and we hold it in very decentralized ways, because we have a strong Mittelstand, we have SMEs, we have startups which hold this data. And so we need to find ways to somehow allow for data sharing and data analysis based on all of this industrial data. And I think that will define whether we are competitive or not in the future. So, I mean, I'm constantly thinking about what the best ways are to ensure that we can use this data best. And I mean, as I said, like for me, it's really about building incentives for these companies to come from a mindset of what do I care about this data, to actually collecting it, and then not only thinking, oh, data is the new gold, so I won't share it with anyone, but actually thinking about ways how to share it with others. And so that's why, I mean, these local use cases for me could be an easy way that I can explain to a CEO of an SME in, for example, Bayreuth, where I studied, saying like, hey, how about you sit down with a Bayreuth University and you also understand a bit, what kind of data you're producing with them, and maybe with like 2 or 3 other local companies, and you think about, is a textile AI something that we could potentially think about building together? And I think these very clear use cases are quite helpful in that regard.
Since we have 5 minutes left, I may share my perspective there, and please give me your thoughts. Usually the companies we invest in, so I'm an investor, and the AI companies we invest in, they build up this called data moat. so a strength of having their own data, annotated data, trained machine models, and they create products out of it. So it's based on my annotated labeled data. I don't want to share it because I don't want anybody else to build a product. So wouldn't it be a problem if I have to share it based on regulation, because you might kill my USP that I need to build this big company that you actually want to support? Or am I missing something out here?
So, I mean, that's why I said, like, I haven't found a useful way to force companies to share data. You know, like, I mean, I think when it comes to competition law, that's something we can discuss. If you are holding back data that basically blocks entrance to even be able to compete with you because you hold the data on, I don't know, the search history or for restaurants or whatever it is, then I think we can discuss it, because you're really destroying subsequent markets with your kind of conglomerate model, if you want. Yeah. But for other cases, it's really hard. And I don't have the solution of, you know, does it make sense to force you then to join your annotated data? I don't think that would be currently the way I would take it. You know, I would rather say, as I said, how about we set your company, or that you invest in a context with companies that could have similar AI needs, you know, and you somehow have a chance to pool your very scarce AI talents and data experts and data architecture experts, whatever, to bring them into one room with as I said, local university, and then they can discuss a bit, you know, how can we use this maybe in different places at the same time. But the issue is that the B2C market, I think, was much easier to revolutionize. I think when it comes to industrial data, it's always very specific data. It also needs to be trained in very specific ways. And it's not so easy to ensure that, like, you know, we all proceed on this journey from analog to AI driven. I think that's really a big question mark in my mind. I mean, I also looked very deeply into standardization questions. So should you develop more industry standards when it comes to how data is structured to ensure higher data quality, to ensure that, you know, once you decide with another company that you actually want to share your data, you don't take a year to somehow make it transferable even, but that you can almost do that with a click. And I think there's some ways that we need to work together with the standardization agencies, if you want, authorities to make that happen. But maybe to make it very short, I'm not yet there that I would say you need to share your data right now, because then it's not thought through.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I would say regulation could help to share it in a safe way, so that people are not stealing the data or misusing the data. So I think that's where you can help a lot those companies, because sharing data in industry context is really difficult for startups to build those companies. Since Christmas is coming up, I asked that the other two before as well. What would be your biggest wish from the European Parliament to really support AI, foster AI in the future? What is something people should do more?
Yeah, I think I said it earlier. For me, it would really be to think European. I mean, that's in general like a message I'm trying to get out there. But I think in this context, it's really, really important as well. If we now run ahead with national regulation, especially out of the biggest market in Germany, and say, hey, it's a good idea to regulate AI here on our turf, then we will run into this game of national regulations everywhere. And then I think we have basically seriously harmed our competitiveness versus the big other markets, China and the US, because we have not taken advantage of the fact that we have a European Union, that we have a European framework and regulation that we could try to have all these discussions in, but we have decided to be, again, small nations, irrelevant nations, and destroyed the competitive edge for our AI businesses, be they startups or SMEs.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Damien. And it's great to have somebody like you in the Parliament helping all of us. Thanks for your view and everything, and I hope we can support you more in the future.
Thank you very much. Again, happy for ideas via email or any social media at all times.
Cool, thank you. All right, now we have discussed the German level and also the European level of regulation, but the question is what's actually coming up, what's in the pipeline? Fabian just told me that the next guest is also particularly interesting for me, because it's what she will tell us is what will happen for all of us, and especially also startups and people working in the field of AI. So coming up next is somebody from a legal perspective, so that's new in this track. Dr. Ursula Feindor-Schmidt, she is a partner at Lausen Rechtsanwälte, and she will focus on what's in the pipeline for AI and regulation. Please give her a warm welcome. Very glad to have you here. I think you might be muted, or our... Can we hear her? No? Okay. I can tell you people are running around trying to fix it. But you can hear us, that's good. So at least one way it's working. Okay, if anybody in the... Ah, yeah, now we can hear you. Amazing. Okay, cool.
Okay, great.
Let's go.
Okay. Let's go. I have 29 minutes left. So thanks for welcoming me. Thanks for having me. I had heard what Damien said, at least most of it, due to technical checks. And of course, what Dorothea said. My aim would be to give you a little deeper perspective of what's really going to happen, because of course there's a lot of theory out there now, and lawyers would like to be a little more specific. So what we are talking about, lawyers generally love definitions. So if we hear artificial intelligence, we might have all kinds of different understandings. Therefore, lawyers always start with definitions. And this should not only be a lawyer's thing, it's also very interesting for you, because what's coming up could affect you or it could not. So therefore, it's really important to define who should comply with new obligations. Specific software. It's a software which is designed by humans. So we are leaving out any system which is actually designed by artificial intelligence. So we always look at where we started, and we most likely started with an invention by a human being. This human being is giving this software a complex goal, which is meant to be achieved. And the artificial intelligence is then actually acting in a physical or a digital dimension by perceiving its environment through data acquisition. It's interpreting the collected structured or unstructured data, reasoning on the knowledge it has collected, processing information derived from this data, and then deciding the best action to take to achieve the goal given. So this is what we are working. It's a definition suggested by the European Commission's Artificial Intelligence High-Level Expert Group, and I think this is definitely where European legislators will start with. So we are not only talking about strong AI, we are also talking about very simple algorithms interpreting data and then deciding upon a very simple action like advertisement being posted to a targeted group. So is that all unregulated for now? Because no regulation at all, and now that politicians and lawyers are coming in, everything is going to be very unsexy, and we are preventing things to be done. So is there actually no regulation at all? Well, the people who are dealing and producing products with artificial intelligence know probably very well that there is a lot of regulation already in place. We have the General Product Safety Directive of 2001. We have, of course, data protection. We have the Consumer Rights Directive. We have a lot of sectoral legislation, like the Machinery Directive, the Radio Equipment Directive, and we have heaps of like the Computer Program. Kept and secured with any product. The fundamental rights are expressed in a couple of further directives, like the Race Equality Directive or Directive on Equal Treatment in Employment and Occupation. So we already have a lot of, and there are even more rules. Damien also stated that there are already a lot of standards out there. There are general standards from ISO and IEC for software, and then there is sector-specific standards like the IEC 82304 one for health software, for example. There are ISO standards for quality management for software, for security standards, and also for standards of use. There are, of course, the technical and organizational measures you have to be aware of with the GDPR. So also here, we already have a lot of regulation which already applies to artificial intelligence products. Now, why do we need more regulation? And this is something that had been addressed by speakers before. Actually, lawmakers, but specifically also society, sees gaps in existing law. So they said we need enhanced security because artificial intelligence has always something to do with connectivity and openness. And therefore, this could lead, this specific situation could lead to manipulation by third-party intruders. As we have discussed a lot today already, there's data dependency, which could lead to bias and also to false results. So we have to provide rules how this data is every artificial intelligence has been programmed before, but it's taking its own decisions based on a set of data, which is then not again scrutinized by a human being. Not every step is watched by a human being. I mean, that's the purpose of AI. There's a lot of fear, German angst, as was mentioned before, about opacity, so that society doesn't know what's going on, how those decisions are made, what's the next autonomous decision the AI is taking. there's a high degree of complexity of products and systems and the complexity of value chains. So, and therefore, very often, product liability laws don't fit very well. They don't fit to services at all. Fault-based liability rules might not, because if the artificial intelligence is acting autonomously, there might be no one, it might be no one's fault. And IP laws don't fit either. So what's actually in the pipeline? And in this regard, it's quite good that the conference had been delayed a little, because in May, there was not so much out. When I first spoke to Fabian, the white paper by the European Commission has only leaked, and nothing else really was out there. So as he already said, it seems that the European Commission is acting much faster right now than we were used to it, because in former times, when a white paper was out on the table, you could at least wait 4 to 6 to 8 years until this was made into law. This time. So and although artificial
Ursula, can you hear me? Because we can't hear you again. There was some outages in between, so we were always hoping for a bit more constant connection. I don't know if it's your microphone. Now I see myself in various dimensions. That's pretty cool. Maybe we can try to reconnect her. I don't know if that's possible. Because then
I don't know. Because we just, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Okay, that's better.
Okay, because I'm actually not doing anything other than the technical check. Okay.
Yeah, it was on and off. That was the issue. So there are millions of people working on it. But so maybe, I don't know, if it's your microphone, you can take it out. And then we can just, because we have a bit, we can just jump in. We have 15 minutes left. So if you want to, we can try it again. Can you still, yeah?
What do you want me to do?
Cool. If we can just go back maybe one slide.
Sure. So this one? The gaps?
I don't see. I see myself, not the slide. Let's see. The one with the bubbles.
The one with the bubbles? This one.
And
there's no bubble slides yet.
Sorry, I can't see it. But maybe we do this one now and then a bit more, because I think now the part got really interesting. And then
yes.
Yeah, that's true.
So just interfere if you can't hear me, because of course, I want to tell you all the important things, and it's now getting really important. So yeah.
I was ready to take notes, so please go ahead.
Okay, all right. So I just start off with this slide where I said what initiatives on regulation are on the table right now, and we had the white paper out already since February this year, but other important suggestions are coming up as well, as there is the report on intellectual property rights for the development of artificial intelligence technologies of October 2nd, so that's brand new. Then there is the Digital Services Act the Commission is working on right now, is a larger package where we just had the consultation process and where the committees of the European Parliament put out their suggestions what to include in such Digital Services Act. I'm coming to this later on because the Digital Services Act is going to be really important for you and really important to watch. There are on international level, there are conversations started by the WIPO on intellectual property law and artificial intelligence. And then, as you heard already from Dorothea Baer, there's a national strategy for artificial intelligence. The US, of course, had put out special artificial intelligence for the American people, and there are a lot of further national efforts. But I totally agree with Damien that, of course, this all only makes sense on an international level because you all want to sell your products to an international crowd. So no use for national strategies without any international connection. So how is the scope of future regulation? How could this be done? And we heard a little of this before as well. It could be sector-based, which means that there is specific laws for single sectors and industries, or there could be a risk-based regulation by evaluating certain risks for certain types of AI application. This will also consider the sectors, but it's more, the focus is on the risk a certain AI is providing for society and for fundamental rights. So EU strategy seems at the moment to be a little to the right, so a little more risk-based, but they will have sector specific considerations as well. The European Commission put out some central goals, and there it gets a little cloudy. So they have the overall aim to form an ecosystem of trust. They want to consider consumer protection, privacy and data governance, societal and environmental well-being, protection of fundamental rights, accountability, strengthen trustworthiness in AI, and ensures general social acceptance of AI. But can we be a little more specific? Because this would be really helpful for people who, like you, who are working on those products. And I think, yes, we can get a little more specific. So what are the plans? EU legislator actually plans for a set of further obligations for products that include AI. There will be very likely special requirements for high-risk applications, like biometric identification, like, of course, in sectors where there is a significant risk that can be expected to occur, like healthcare, like transport, like energy, like parts of the public sector. but there it will also be taken into account whether the AI application in the sector in question is in addition used in such manner that significant risks are likely to arise. So the second criterion will level down where AI is used, but no special risk is involved in the certain usage of this AI. We heard that there might be external regulatory audits and explainability. There could be ex ante, which means before you put it in the market, conformity assessment and labeling schemes. There will probably be the obligation to inform competent authorities and also to inform users about interaction with AI. There will probably be an obligation for human contact point and for redress systems, also to obtain trust and reliability in the system. Of course, AI should be technically robust and accurate. I mean, this is the aim of all of you. There needs to be quality, origin, and neutrality of training data to achieve this technical robustness and accuracy of AI. There will most probably be further rules on data protection, probably also data and record keeping to reduce opacity, accountability, liability, and burden of proof will certainly be an area where new rules will be set out. And we, at the moment, the European Commission makes it obligatory to have a human in control. And also to provide a risk assessment of the AI that is used. With the European Parliament's resolution just now, October 20th, we get a first impression of what could already be included in the DSA package. A first draft of the Digital Services Act might already come beginning of December. And in this first draft, we will then see whether artificial intelligence regulation is already included. The European Parliament voted for suggestions to at least include information obligations, the aim of technical robustness and accuracy, the special protection for data, but also, of course, a check for the neutrality, origin, and quality of training data. And most likely, there will also be new rules for accountability, liability, and burden of proof. So, who does have to care? At the moment, the plans are that address should be the actor who is best placed to address any potential risk. So this is not only the developer and it is not only the deployer of artificial intelligence. It could be anyone who is in the actual position to stop any kind of infringement. We have seen this in other European legislation, like, for example, the possibility to get injunctive orders against intermediaries used for copyright infringement in Article 8 of the InfoSoc Directive. So I think this will be an approach which is also interesting for you, that this obligation could hit anyone in the value chain. Now, what are the consequences and takeaways from this new plans? First of all, of course, it's annoying for you. The regulation always means higher expensive. That's clear. Legal compliance expenses, it's called. But regulation could also save money because it means clarity on responsibility. And this makes it easier to calculate and especially to insure risks. So insurance companies watch out for liability risks. If those liability risks are cloudy, it's much more difficult to insure those risks. If there are clear rules you can comply with, like accountability and transparency requirements, or also conformity and labeling requirements, you can comply with this and therefore reduce, for example, your insurance fees, and also calculate with the risk you're setting out. Also, as all of this will come into place probably sooner than you might think, one could also make up their minds whether AI-driven business already might require specific contractual frameworks with future anticipating clauses. This is sometimes done when something is in the pipeline. It's not really clear what the exact wording of a new law will be, but clauses in contracts can already frame the situation. The same is true for liabilities. Also, this can also be taken care of in contracts. So there's a little more I wanted to tell you. I'm actually a copyright, media and IP lawyer. So my focus is also on AI and IP. And there are a couple of very interesting questions around AI and IP. I will just use the last 3 minutes to go through. The first one is AI protected by IP? Why is it important? It's very important because it's all about money. Because the question is, do I have to license the AI I'm using? And if I'm the developer of an AI, can I eventually license the AI to others? Or is it not protected at all? Is it only my trade secret and I have, the only option I have is to keep it secret? So there are a couple of measures, but nothing is really fitting. It could be a patent, yes, but only if it has a technical effect. Otherwise, just mathematical methods as algorithms are not patentable. Copyright for software, yes, could be, but only if it's a specific expression of humans' own intellectual creation. So there must be some kind of creativity with it. Underlying ideas, methods, and principles are not protected. Neighboring for databases, yes, can be, but then it has to be the database which is the thing that is infringed. So it's not really fitting either. How about IP as food for AI? AI needs a lot of data, and a lot of this data is actually content protected by copyright. Could be blog posts, newspaper articles, scientific papers, or photographs found in the internet. All of this is copyright protected. There are exceptions to copyright with the text and data mining exceptions, but it might not actually apply. It's quite narrow, this exception. So you really have to check before you're doing this data mining whether the content you're using is copyright protected and whether the things you're doing with it, like reproducing it for your AI training, is a copyright infringement. Otherwise, you really run a high risk of liability. And need to agree to licenses with the right holders. Third question is AI creating IP? You certainly see that AI is capable of producing art that at least looks like art that is protected by copyright. So right now, copyright protection is not given to anything that is produced by AI, because creator and holder of a copyright can only be a human being. So at the moment, there is discussion about how this can be helped with, and whether ownership of copyright, for example, should be given to the person that legally prepared and published the work which is created with the help of AI. And in the end, AI might even help protect IP. Because as you might have heard, there's a lot of discussion around Article 17 at the moment of the DSM, which requires content identification for platforms like YouTube. With this content identification, AI can actually help to protect IP. Of course, it will be interesting whether AI is anytime capable to detect something like irony, which is under copyright exceptions. But that's even sometimes for humans hard to detect. So as you can see here from the New Yorker, they are already marking their satire and irony in the news, because it's obviously not clear even to humans. So as you have seen, and as you have hopefully heard, and my tone is hopefully not off again, the pipeline is long and the pipeline is packed. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ursula. And we're very sorry for all the technical issues in between, but we
No
heard
problem.
you very, very well until the end. We don't have time for questions. Thanks so much for all of this. And I guess there will be a lot of people asking you no questions later.
That's fine. Get in my chat.
Cool. All right. Now we spoke a lot about regulations and what will happen in the ecosystem, EU and in Germany. But what is actually the ecosystem? And since we're here in Berlin, I'm very, very happy to welcome one of the most active networkers here in the ecosystem. Charlotte Seiler is AI Innovation Manager of Berlin Partner, and she's responsible of connecting companies, startups, researchers, everybody in the context of AI and helping us to actually talk to each other. So she will tell us more about the AI ecosystem in Berlin. Please give her a warm welcome.
Great, thank you very much for that introduction. And I'm very happy to be able to speak here. Although I cannot see any of you, I'm very happy to meet you all, and there will be room for questions afterwards. I'm Charlotte, I'm AI Innovation Manager at Berlin Partner. And just to give you a short introduction about AI in Berlin, there will be 15 minutes of deep dive into Berlin's AI ecosystem. So Berlin is a creative metropolis, is also a startup hub and a place for innovative technology as well as science. Berlin is one of the most dynamic economic regions in Germany. And Berlin Partner is the local economic development agency. So within Berlin Partner, we have many different clusters. I'm part of the cluster ICT, Media and Creative Industry, where we support the growth of the digital economy in Berlin, especially in future-oriented sectors such as energy, healthcare, and mobility industries. Berlin also has a growing AI landscape. It's becoming an international AI hub with major companies, but also startups and research institutions advancing the development of application of cutting-edge technology. So there's not only research here, but there's also a lot of doing, a lot of application in Berlin on bigger scale, but also on smaller scales with many startups coming up. Over the past years, we were able to initiate many innovation projects, and Berlin has turned into a leading AI hub, not only within Germany, but also internationally. So we've been able to attract a lot of international attention and also talent to this city. Just to give you a brief overview, within Berlin, I mean, you know, it's been 2 cities before, so we always have everything double, and also many universities within the research field, everything is kind of double size. So We have many universities over here doing research in AI, such as the Technological University, but also FU and HU. Then we have the newly formed AI Learning Center Bifold, which is also looking into a lot of education and combining it with research. And many other research institutes, such as Fraunhofer or also DFKI, looking to advance AI innovation technology, putting them in contact with applications. And also in the health sector, this very big, that's like one of the major stakeholders in Berlin, the Charité Berlin, advancing AI research a lot. So this is just to give you an idea. It's always a lot happening in Berlin, and managing an ecosystem like that isn't easy. It's quite challenging, but I think we've gone quite far. And just looking at the corporate landscape, so we have, on the one hand, we have a lot of research institutes. On the other hand, big companies moving their AI innovation labs to Berlin, such as Amazon or also Hella Glaya. Then also in the startup world, or I have to say scale up maybe, Merantix furthering AI, also venture building. And then in the application field, just major startups such as Ada Health, for example. And overall, there are more than 220 AI companies currently in the region. So region always also implies Brandenburg. So yeah, it's a big network. If we look at, or if we compare Berlin and Brandenburg to Germany, we can see, I mean, it shows in this graphic that nearly 30% of German AI companies are located in Berlin. That means that we're actually one of the major hubs for AI. And I think that also explains why it's gotten so much attention over the last years and why it's constantly growing. Because as you know, talent attracts talent. Looking into the different areas of applications. So obviously there's a lot of research in Berlin being conducted in AI in different fields, but if we look at where is it actually applied, there's a major stronghold in business intelligence and business process management applications. So that's 36%. Then the other main pillar would be health. So all AI health applications, as I was saying, also furthered, for example, by Charité and many other application areas here. They're around 10% of the AI ecosystem over here. And then next big thing would be mobility, obviously, always one of our, I mean, it's Germany after all, you know, that's where we're quite strong, but also commerce, entertainment, and robotics. So as you can see, it's always quite varied, but there's definitely a few main pillars emerging in Berlin. The local ecosystem is not only made up of research institutes and universities, but there's always a strong focus on AI community. So that being, on the one hand, labs and spaces, so physical community, and on the other hand, events and community, meetups and all of that. I mean, we're already part of Rise of AI today, which is obviously one of the main AI events in Berlin, and also a strong community builder. But then there's also, for example, the AI Monday, which is a regular meetup series that I also co-organize, where we bring together AI applications with just like a general public. Then we also have the Deep Berlin community. They also have a conference every year and a very strong community as well. And the Data Natives Conference, for example, that are also internationally connected. So as you see, that's one part that we always have those, like the element of events and, you know, like actually going out, meeting people, bringing the news of new AI research to the bigger audience. And then on the other hand, another trend that I've also been observing over the last year is the opening up of more and more research labs and spaces. I think the #1 project that's happening at the moment, safe to say, Merantix AI Campus. Adrian Loch already gave an introduction to that today. For those of you interested, do check it out. It's one of, like a new AI campus opening up next year. But then we also have many AI companies sitting, for example, in the Drivery, and then a lot of research and development labs by major companies also opening up. So for example, the Amazon Development Lab or Google Research Lab, it's all situated in Berlin. And even major global companies focusing on Berlin to maybe also profit from this vibrant ecosystem over here. As AI Innovation Manager, in my role, I support this vibrant ecosystem by connecting stakeholders and also growing the network. I do this by organizing events such as, for example, the AI Monday that I've already mentioned, and tailored workshops for companies wanting to implement AI. I'm also in charge of the AI Berlin website, where you can find out more about the AI ecosystem. This is where we always publish news and stories about events and new technology being developed here. And the major focus is also to create visibility for our local ecosystem. So as you've seen, there's a lot to manage, and it's always a good challenge. But where is all of this headed? So Berlin is very diverse, as you know, and one of the major projects would be to bundle AI activities in Berlin to bring stakeholders together to speak with one voice. The idea is to have one website, one landing page, one kind of community as an overarching community that could connect all stakeholders over here. And that would also make it easier for expats or companies not located in Berlin to get an idea of what exactly is happening here on a regular basis, so that you always get the newest AI or the best AI news on this one kind of website. And we've already started with that. So we have the AI Berlin website, but this is like going further. And I think overall, it's safe to say that the Berlin AI ecosystem already has a lot to offer. However, it's more important now than ever that we continue to attract new talent to the city. So that's also one key goal as next steps. We also have to make sure that the policies and regulations that protect citizens' rights, but they also enable new fields of research and applications to emerge. So I think that's also a very important step, not only for our local AI ecosystem, but obviously for all AI development, and something we should all work for together. And with all the growing AI initiatives and corporate landscape, it's also essential to continue collaborating and exchange AI knowledge across borders. Also one of many important next steps. For companies looking to get involved in the Berlin AI ecosystem, Berlin Partner can offer support. So Berlin Partner can offer with location search, for example, or also business immigration and visa. They can also help you with recruitment. Berlin Partner can help you out with public funding schemes, which are always a little bit complicated, but very attractive, and help you with their business innovation package to also get involved in local ecosystems, and not only locally, but also get connected internationally, for example, with other EU countries. If you want to learn more about that, do get in touch. And you can, for example, contact my colleague, Friedemann Lotz, whose contact details are shown below. Or you can always contact me. I'm Charlotte Seiler, Innovation Manager, and I am very happy to take any questions, or you can contact me afterwards and let's exchange.
Great, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Charlotte. I don't see any questions in the chat, so I might ask you one if that's fine.
Sure. Go ahead.
So when it comes to networking, and I always thought I would never ask a pandemic question, but I have to ask one here. So you're doing all these amazing events, all these things are happening, but what happens actually, what has changed now during the pandemic? How do people that are new to the ecosystem can actually connect well?
Yes, I think that's a very good question. And it's been a major challenge over the last year, because before we were organizing so many meetups, and you know how it is, it's super easy to get to know people, but it also made it easier to connect internationally. So I hope also to use this conference to get in touch with people from all over the world. And I already got a request from Australia, so that's starting quite nicely, right? Maybe wouldn't have been that easy before. And I'm very impressed also by the local ecosystem to see how they managed to put all those real events into the virtual realm, and especially Rise of AI, I think, is doing a great job here. So thanks for organizing.
And I have a very interesting question here. I'm from the city of Bremen, but somebody asked, how far behind is Hamburg from Berlin in terms of the ecosystem?
Do you mean in distance or in terms of?
I guess it's distance. No, probably it's if you know anything about the AI ecosystem in Hamburg and in comparison to Berlin.
To be fair, I haven't been in touch that much with the AI ecosystem in Hamburg, but I know that they're also organizing a lot, and also having a very strong contact to their local corporate sphere. So for example, I know that they're hosting AI innovation breakfast, or they used to before Corona. So I feel there's a lot going on as well. And if you want to learn more, I'm also happy to exchange about that later.
And I can say from the venture capital perspective, Berlin is definitely bigger, and we also see a lot around Aachen and in the south, Munich, for example. It's usually around the universities. But I think we all work together anyways. But maybe extend that question. I have an AI company in Israel, and I have an AI company in Finland who actually moved to Berlin, Ultimate AI. How are you connecting those ecosystems with each other? Because, I mean, everybody's saying in the Silicon Valley, AI is far more advanced. Maybe Israel is also not too bad. Are you doing that as well?
Yeah, I know that there's some initiatives. For example, the Future of AI conference was quite big in Berlin last year, organized also by the Israel AI ecosystem. So there are a lot of links, and there is a lot happening. But as always, it's always safe to say there's room for improvement. And especially those international ties, I think, are in the AI research are most important, because we cannot, as one country, further the research. We have to work together.
Cool. And again, my Christmas question. So Christmas is coming up, and you can make a wish. So what should happen? Do we need more conferences? Do we need more social networks talking about AI? What's your personal wish?
So my personal wish is always that we speak more with one voice in Berlin. I wish for one overarching initiative that brings stakeholders together, and that makes us even stronger in terms of communicating our great AI ecosystem to the world.
Cool. That's a very nice wish. Thank you. All right. Then thanks very much for being here. You're still in the chat, I guess, and you can speak with the people. So please do that. And also tomorrow we can find you there. And then everybody who is interested in continuing, the next coming up is AI and the military. So we have a bit more action coming up after the bio break, which will be going until 3:45. So 3:45 p.m. we will continue here. See you soon.
Bye.
Ciao. Ich gehe jetzt erst, wenn du sagst, ich darf.
Hallöchen.
Hi.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, from the bio break. I hope you had some relaxing time. So after all this discussion about regulation, legislation, and what's coming up from the policymakers, let's get a bit more action. Next coming up is the question, AI in Europe, is it actually, in military in Europe, is it actually smart enough? And after that, we will discuss some nice strategies around that. But I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Ulrike Franke. She is, and I have to read this again, a policy fellow of the European Council on Foreign Relations. More importantly, she has an Oxford PhD, which is pretty impressive. And she does a podcast that only, I think, Germans can pronounce. It's called Sicherheitshalber. So maybe we can write it in the chat if you want to search for it. And she was awarded from German magazine Capital 40 Under 40. She will tell us, or she will give us, hopefully, the answers of AI in military in Europe. Is it actually smart enough? Please welcome Dr. Ulrike Franke.
Hello, thank you so much for having me today and for this very kind introduction. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk about the ways that AI is used in the military realm. It's actually really great that at this AI summit, we got a little bit of time to talk about military AI, because often the use of artificial intelligence in defense technology, or as some may indeed put it, the kind of weaponization of AI, is a topic that many people who work in and on artificial intelligence aren't necessarily comfortable with and don't want to talk about. And so in some circles, there's a certain reticence or indeed rejection about this topic. But as I will show you over the next few minutes, this topic really does concern us all. So it does concern the AI experts and the developers from other fields, and depending on how the development goes, it may indeed concern, well, pretty much everyone who's listening here today, because it impacts warfare, the likelihood of conflict, and potentially even international balance. So thank you very much for the kind introduction. As it was already mentioned, I work at a think tank, the European Council on Foreign Relations, and I work on new technologies in warfare and what they mean for European defense. And the title of my talk today is Military in Europe, Not Smart Enough. And the topic of the talk is the use of artificial intelligence in the military realm. Why is it interesting to think about this, even as non-experts, and what should everyone know? I've decided to use my time to share 4 observations with you, basically 4 ideas that I hope will be takeaways from you that you remember even after this talk is done. And I'll be spending about 4 minutes on each of those 4 points, which I think is somewhat digestible over Zoom, because we all know that this is a bit tricky to follow. So the 4 points I want to make, and I'll tell them to you now and then go into more details, are the following. The first is, there are lots of ways that artificial intelligence can be used in the military realm, and we actually already have quite a bit of AI in the military realm. The second point I want to make is that civilian AI, if there even is such a thing, given the kind of dual use nature of artificial intelligence, civilian AI can be militarized and weaponized. And I think that's really important to talk in this forum. The third point is that AI is likely and almost certain really to have quite a fundamental impact on warfare. And it also has the potential to have a big impact on global stability. And that's definitely worth discussing. And then fourth and final, the political realm in Europe is somewhat unwilling to discuss military AI publicly, with the exception maybe of France and the Netherlands. And this is despite the fact that this matters for us and that we are indeed already developing these AI-enabled military systems. So I think that's worth noting. All right, well, so let me start with my first point, which was that there are lots of ways to use artificial intelligence in the military realm, and we already have AI in the military realm. Artificial intelligence, as you are all very well aware, is a dual-use technology. Some even call it a multi-use technology. So this means that this is a technology that can be used in all kinds of different ways, both in the civilian and the military realm. And like it is the case in the civilian realm, in the military realm, there are also lots of different uses. So AI isn't like one system, one technology that is now being introduced, but more of an enabler, a bit like electricity or the internet, the computer. So we're gonna have a range of ways that AI is used in the military realm. So what are we seeing? One of the big areas of interest is with regard to intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. That's also abbreviated as ISR. And here you have basically AI-enabled systems that go through the lots of data that military operations produce. And one prime example of this is, for instance, the hundreds of thousands of hours, if not millions, that military drones are producing, the kind of video hours that military drones are producing. And you don't always want to have a person watch these and look at these. It's going to take ages. Using AI to kind of shift through this big data is extremely interesting from a military point of view. Another area of application of AI in the military realm is in logistics. Now, logistics is one of those areas that tend to be undervalued when it comes to military operations, but it's actually super important. So AI can help here with predictive maintenance. So it tells, for instance, an airplane when which part needs to be replaced. It tells the military which parts need to be in storage, these kind of things. Efficient shipping, autonomous transportation system, all very important, and it makes military operations cheaper, more efficient. It's generally really useful. AI also plays a role in cyber operations. Pretty much everything that's kind of possible in the real world with AI is possible and even faster in the cyber realm, where there are pretty much no physical restrictions. And so you can imagine AI-enabled offensive AI, so viruses and the like, but also defense. Command and control, another area where AI can help to combine intelligence, bring it into one point of contact, help allies work with each other, and that's something that's really relevant for joint operations. Swarming is another area where AI can help to really develop a new military capability. So you may have seen the videos of drone swarms, so lots of systems, lots of units, for example, drones that work with each other, look like bird swarms, interact with each other. And this may eventually really translate into a new military capability where the armed forces can surveil a territory with a drone swarm, for example. Another really important area where AI can influence military systems and military operations quite a bit is when it comes to autonomous systems or semi-autonomous systems. So just to give you a sense of this topic, right now, about 2/3 of what the United States DoD, so the Defense Ministry, is investing in artificial intelligence goes into AI-enabled autonomous systems. Plus, there is also some investment into autonomy more broadly. So this is definitely an area of focus by many militaries around the world. And then you can also use AI for things such as forecasting, where you try to see crises before they emerge. So all of this is actually already happening. It's being developed, it's being tested. I'm going to give you a few examples of this as we can see it already at the moment. So let's take forecasting. Right now, the German Bundeswehr has a project where they look at open data information, and they try to use AI to help them forecast where crises will develop, what kind of crises, how the Bundeswehr can react, that kind of thing. Swarms, I mentioned that they are actually huge, big area of interest. The United Kingdom, for instance, has the project that's called Many Drones Make Light. And that's a work in progress where you have swarms of up to 20 small unmanned aerial vehicles, so flying drones, that operate under the control of just one individual. And of course, you can imagine here that the opportunity to have one individual rather than 20 could be of interest to militaries around the world. Equally, the next French fighter jet, the Rafale, so the next version of the French fighter jet Rafale will have predictive maintenance. And indeed, predictive maintenance is already something that's used in the military aviation industry. And this point about the civilian aerial industry kind of brings me nicely to the second point I wanted to make, the second takeaway. And that is that civilian artificial intelligence can be militarized and weaponized. What do I mean by this? Actually, the distinction between civilian and military AI is not as clear-cut as you would think. For example, the biggest area where swarms that I mentioned earlier are currently being used is actually as fireworks substitutes. You may have seen these YouTube videos of drone swarms in China. When Joe Biden won the US presidency, they put up a drone swarm that spelled Biden in the night sky. So this is, an area that's definitely also of interest for the civilian realm. Predictive maintenance, I just mentioned, for civilian aircraft, but also things such as facial recognition, language recognition, translation services. So basically the same technology that allows Facebook to tag your friends in your pictures can also allow the military to identify targets. And indeed, the US CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency in the United States, they reportedly are investing in over 140 different AI projects that look into data analysis, facial recognition, that kind of thing. So again, very much dual use, something that can be used both in the civilian and the military realm. And it is really this, civilian-military nexus. That was one of the reasons why I was particularly happy to have been asked to talk here, because in my view, this fact is something that AI developers need to take into account, even AI developers that have nothing to do with the military. In the US, we've had this discussion to some extent in 2017. So you may remember reports about Project Maven and the controversy around that. So Project Maven was a project where machine learning was used to comb through drone footage and identify hostile actors. And this project was a cooperation between the US Pentagon and Google and several other Silicon Valley firms. When it became public that this was happening, there were several Google employees that walked out, and eventually the program came to an end. But we still actually have a lot of cooperation ongoing between Silicon Valley firms and the US military. And of course, this also happens in other countries. And more recent research has actually found that most AI analysts in the UK are happy to work with the military. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely not saying that it is a bad idea for AI developers to work with the military, but what I'm saying is that it is definitely worth considering for every AI developer how their work can be used in the military realm, how it can be repurposed, or indeed how it can be weaponized and misused. And because this is the second point here, so AI can't only be used for official state armed forces, but it can also be used, misused, illegally weaponized by actors such as non-state actors. So the problem here, of course, is that even though AI is actually pretty high tech, for most machine learning algorithms, you spend quite a lot of money to develop working models. You need really highly trained people. You need lots of data. So this isn't something that someone can kind of build in their garage. But once an AI model is developed, it is more or less just software. And software can, of course, be shared, can be downloaded, can be rapidly diffused, can be replicated, reproduced, several times. And this makes it really dangerous. What's the risk here? Well, you can imagine non-state actors, so terrorist groups really, using AI-enabled cyber attacks to attack all kinds of systems. be it, with viruses or denial of service attacks, that kind of attack. You can also imagine non-state actors using algorithms to produce fake news, disinformation, deepfake videos, everything around that theme. So there's certainly a worry here. And again, my appeal really is for AI developers to keep in mind, even if they're developing something that they consider, amazing and really useful, how it can be weaponized and how it can be misused. All right, so we talked about the military use of AI and said that civilian and military AI is not that easily separable, and there's a possibility of weaponization and misuse. Let me come to my two final points. And the third point here I want to make is that AI is likely to have a quite fundamental impact on warfare and a potentially big impact on global stability. So let me explain. We are pretty much certain that given everything I just said about the multitude of uses of AI in the military realm, AI will influence warfare. So we will see more drone swarms, we will see autonomous systems, etc. Now, if it just stays at that level, that's of interest to people such as myself. It's of interest to people in the military, to militaries, to politicians, etc. So they need to make sure that armed forces are prepared to counter attacks, need to have state-of-the-art militaries, etc. But this, if it stays at this level, it's basically just relevant for experts. I'm not trying to downplay it. Like, this may decide whether or not you win a war, so it's definitely relevant, but it may not concern every single person. But there is a potential that military AI, so the way that AI is used in the military realm, may impact global stability much more fundamentally. Now, this is a possibility, not a certainty, but it's definitely worth thinking about. What are the points that I want to mention here? Now, there's a lot of literature on that, and I certainly can't do it justice in like 3 minutes. But just to give you a sense, so one concern that strategists have is that with more AI-enabled systems in the military realm, especially more AI-enabled sensors and the ability to go through lots of data that I was just mentioning, we could end up in a situation where the nuclear deterrence that we currently have, where we have countries with second strike capabilities that are able to deter any kind of attack on them because they can guarantee that they're gonna fight back, that we are undermining the system of nuclear deterrence. Why? Well, because AI could help to make the oceans transparent. This means that you would have AI-enabled sensors, again, AI using all the data that they're getting in that they're analyzing all this data, and that this may eventually allow to know where submarines are that are carrying nuclear weapons. And this basically means that countries won't have the ability anymore to do second strikes or to react if they are attacked. And this would basically change the way that our current security system operates. So that's certainly dangerous. Other examples of way that AI-enabled military system can really have an impact on global stability is through so-called flash wars. So here the concern is that if you have more and more autonomous systems, they may react to each other, and you may have a situation where there's an incident. It could be an attack, but it could also just be a misunderstanding, really. You have an incident where something happens, an autonomous AI-enabled system, military system reacts to that, for instance, launches an attack, another autonomous system of an opponent reacts to that, and within a very short time frame, you end up in a flash war, as we call it, so a war that no one wanted. The term flash war, by the way, comes from flash crashes, which we know from the financial market, where you had these automated or autonomous systems that kind of reacted to each other in this way and crashed the stock market within a few seconds. Arms races are something else that are really, really worrisome. I'm happy to talk about this in the Q&A if we have the time. But before my time runs out, let me very quickly come to the fourth and final point I wanted to make. And this is an observation of mine that really has come out of the work I've been doing. And that's Europe the political realm in Europe is somewhat unwilling to discuss military AI publicly. And this is despite the fact that, well, A, this really matters for all of us, and also that we are already developing these systems. So in the United States and in China and also elsewhere, but especially in these two countries, military AI is an enormous topic. So you have significant investment. And in fact, in the United States, you had a military AI strategy well before you had a national AI strategy. The whole debate on AI was really driven by the national security community rather than by the business community, let's say, or industry or something like that. In Europe, that's very different. Again, this isn't, I'm not saying one way is better than the other, but this is an observation. So in Europe, the situation is different insofar as most of the European thinking of AI is really driven from an economic point of view, some extent a social point of view. And I've actually spent quite a long time looking through all the national AI strategies that EU countries have written. And so far, we have 21 national AI strategies in Europe. So kind of policy documents published by EU member states. And of these 21 documents, only a handful, I want to say something like 5, even mention the use of AI in the military realm. And this is even though many of these strategies really cast a wide net and really discuss all kinds of AI applications, but they completely ignore the defense realm. This is even true for like big military actors. So Italy, NATO's 5th largest defense spender, does not engage with this topic at all. Germany has one sentence in their national AI strategy on defense. So there really isn't that much there. The one big exception is France. France is the only country in Europe that has published a military AI strategy to this day. They also designate security and defense as one of the 4 priority AI sectors for industrial policy. The French Ministry of Defense wants to spend 100 million euro per year on AI research. So there's definitely a focus there. But yeah, to this day, it's pretty much the only European country that focuses publicly on this as much. The Netherlands are currently kind of following that lead, but this is basically the current situation. And this is, and I'll end on this, this is the case, even though we actually have quite a few big ticket military development items, military systems that are being developed in Europe that involve AI and use AI. Be it, for example, the Franco-German-Spanish Future Combat Air System, or FCAS, a new fighter jet that is supposed to have drone swarms and a combat cloud. We have several unmanned combat drones in development in France, the Neuron, in the UK, the Taranis, so all kinds of different systems. And yet, even though the industry and the military are kind of, thinking about this and moving along with this on the political level, we don't really talk about this so much, or I would indeed say sufficiently. I'm going to end here because I've run out of time. Let me reiterate the 4 points, because again, I think it's hard to follow these kind of talks over Zoom. So what I really wanted you to kind of remember from this is that there are lots of ways to use AI in the military realm, and we're already seeing lots of them in development. Civilian AI, maybe the AI that you are kind of developing, can be militarized or weaponized, and that's something to keep in mind. AI is likely, if not certain, to have quite a fundamental impact on warfare and may potentially have a very important impact on global stability, and therefore is of interest to us all. And finally, the political realm in Europe remains somewhat unwilling to discuss the topic of military AI publicly, despite the fact that this matters for us and that we are developing these military systems. And I am basically trying to change this with presentations such as this one. So thank you very much for taking the time to listening to me. And maybe we have a minute or so left for questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ulrike. Actually, we have some time. We have more than 5 minutes. But thanks for this highly energetic talk. I was very inspired. There's a lot happening. Wow. Maybe you can also share some sources where people who are interested can read about this, maybe in a chat or something later. We have actually two questions. One is about possibility of AI-driven terrorism or hacking military AI. I guess that's the same for corporates, but here the threat would be even more severe. Do you know anything about that and how states are prepared?
Yeah, so that's a concern. That was basically the point I was trying to make by talking about weaponization or misuse of AI. So far, we haven't seen many examples of that, but we pretty much know through research that this always happens, right? So something is being developed by states or by armed forces, etc., and at one point it basically gets to non-state actors. This is true, especially for systems that are easily distributable or can easily be diffused, and less true for systems where this is harder. So luckily we haven't seen, terrorists with nuclear weapons. Why? Well, because it's actually really hard to get them. It's really hard you need a lot of knowledge, you need a lot of money, all of that. Only a few states have them. The concern that many people have is that this is not going to be the case with AI. Of course, it is difficult to develop AI systems, and you've probably all seen these estimations or estimates how much money it took, for instance, to develop GPT-3, the language program, basically. So they estimated it took a few million. So terrorist or non-state organizations won't most likely be able to develop systems such as these themselves. But once models are developed, once systems are trained, as I said, they're pretty much just software and can be shared. So yes, this is a big concern. It's a concern, for instance, that terrorist organizations could use AI to, fly drone swarms, for instance, as I was mentioning. So they already have drones. They may be able to use them in swarms. Cyber attacks is definitely a huge concern. I mentioned disinformation, so all kinds of things. Are we prepared for that? I mean, only as much as you can be. Not really, I'd say. As with every kind of military system, the moment it's being developed, someone tries to develop a counter system. So this is definitely happening. But no, I don't think that at this point we're really prepared for non-state actors weaponizing these systems against us. And this is why we need to keep an eye on, how to diffuse these systems, how much to publish. This is a big discussion in the industry, as you may well know, how much of the research to make public. So maybe we're going to see a move away a bit from very openly shared research to more secretive development, but I wouldn't be able to say.
There's another question about the conflict in Azerbaijan and Armenia, and I think we can frame it even a bit more broadly. Probably we would always affiliate those AI or the AI warfare more with well-developed countries. Is that true, or do we see it all over the world happening?
So I've actually been looking quite a bit at the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and what we're seeing there really is a lot of use of drones and autonomous systems. But these are systems that you can buy more or less off the shelf. So Azerbaijan bought these from Israel. So basically, this is to say that for me, this conflict is an example of a drone war, but not necessarily an AI-enabled war. I think we're going to have a situation where for a while only really well-equipped and richer states will be able to use AI-enabled systems. And indeed, within NATO and within Europe, we're actually worried that the US may do this quite a bit, while some European states, especially smaller ones, may not have the financial or technical capabilities to do the same, and this could cause interoperability problems. So in a first stage, I think we're going to have a situation that only a few countries will be able to use these systems. But eventually, yes, I do think that quite a bit of this will diffuse and proliferate. Again, because this is, even though it may be high tech, it can be exchanged somewhat more easily than other systems. So Azerbaijan will never get an aircraft carrier because it just doesn't have the means. But getting an AI-enabled program that allows them to combine their drones, or indeed getting an AI-enabled cyber virus or something like that is going to be much easier. So yes, I think eventually we're going to see the fusion and proliferation, but it depends a bit. I'm sorry that I'm not being more clear, but it depends a bit on which program or which system exactly.
Cool. And then thank you very much. And for the end, your Christmas wish. What would you wish that would improve for AI in the military, maybe, that other people that are listening should do or could do?
I mean, okay, it's a super odd Christmas wish maybe, but honestly, I think I would really like the Europeans to just talk about this more openly, think this through more clearly. It's fine if they say they don't want to use or develop or whatever, let's say autonomous weapon systems. But this approach of basically head in the sand, if we don't talk about it, it won't be relevant. I think that's really dangerous and not very helpful. So under my Christmas tree, I want loads of military AI strategies, I guess.
I guess my son would agree with you. Thanks so much, Dr. Ulrike Franke, for this. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. So military is obviously a lot around gaining superiority, securing your position. And that's around strategy. And I have a very, very special guest here. We already spoke a lot. It's highly entertaining to speak to him. I'm very happy that he's here in person, coming the long way from Berlin, Moabit. I actually haven't asked him, we spoke so much, I haven't asked him how to pronounce his name, but I think it's Jesse Lerche, a researcher at the Freie University Berlin with a PhD, but he will explain you more, and he will talk with us about strategy and especially the countervailing move, which I have no clue what it is. So I'm very glad to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me position myself well here. All right, thank you, Rise of AI. Thank you, Fabian and Veronica, for organizing this event and all the others who assisted. Thank you also to everybody out there who's chosen to spend their time in their quarantine with us today. My name is Jesse Paul Lerche. I am most recently a researcher at the Freie Universität Berlin. However, I've taken a little COVID break in our funding to immerse myself in the technical sides of artificial intelligence, coding, learning Python, learning neural networks, which as a social scientist was something new for me. And I bring up this little anecdote because it's something I'm going to want to return to at the end of my talk today. I'll be talking to you today about AI strategy beyond the AI race, winners, losers, and especially the countervailing move, the move you make in order to offset if somebody else wins the AI race. So, to structure my talk, I want to give you kind of two focal points rather than a roadmap of what I'm going to talk about. This will allow me some flexibility as well when I'm discussing my points. Focal point number one is strategy. For those of you unfamiliar with strategy, strategy is the move and countervailing moves by opposing wills as they seek to get more out of a situation than the initial balance of power would suggest. This is particularly useful for the weaker party who seeks to use the paradoxical logic in order to leverage things like time and space to gain an advantage, much like the map in the background illustrates when Canada was trying to gain a strategic advantage against the United States in the 1920s to conduct a preemptive invasion if necessary. Read about it if you like. It's quite interesting to see how a small power thinks they can possibly win. Focal point number two is the singularity. Most of you don't need a definition here of what the singularity is. I've put up my own kind of collection of thoughts on it here for you. It is the exponential explosion of technology when capabilities exceed our abilities to comprehend them, that we cannot see beyond this point in time, this singular event, because the technology becomes so advanced, we cannot imagine it. It renders all of our current approaches to strategizing almost useless because these are based on capabilities. We have to understand the capabilities of our adversaries in order to compete against them. Why do I talk about the singularity rather than all of the miscellaneous AI steps that we have on the route to the singularity? Well, one, as an academic, it's much easier to illustrate an extreme case. I don't have to qualify everything I say with some other fact. And two, it's just more fun to talk about the singularity than it is to talk about Alexa. So if we're going to look at the singularity, though, we have a problem. The problem is that it is an event that we cannot see beyond. We don't have any data, we don't have any information, but we know it's probably coming. Not necessarily exactly the date, though 100 years, 50 years is very reasonable. This is what I like to call the dark force deterrence theory dilemma. It draws on the works of Cixin Liu, a Chinese science fiction author. In his novels, a protagonist must develop a theory neither based on nor testable by data to prepare for something that is distant, but certain, that it's something that is coming. In a book that was all about aliens and alternate dimensions, I found as a scientist this the most fantastical, unbelievable part of the books, that we as scientists with no data could develop a theory to actually resolve a problem that we were facing seemed unrealistic. Nonetheless, this is the problem, the task that lies before us today. Because of this dilemma, though, in most security planning today, we see a lack of imagination, as the 9/11 Commission put it, actually. We see strategies that aren't so much strategies for an AI era, even if they have that title. They are strategies for the run-up, for before the AI era. They are strategies to win the AI race, not to actually use AI in a manner that obtains an objective. So these strategies tend to only focus on winning because the AI race is seen as a zero-sum game. You either win or you lose, and you might as well just hang it up and become a farmer. Nonetheless, though, strategy is actually at its most useful when you are weak. It's needed to counter weakness and, again, get more out of the situation than the balance of power suggests. Maybe I'm asking too much, though. Maybe this is a bridge too far. The singularity is by definition unknowable. Asking a planner today to sit down and say, hey, imagine using AI, asking Dr. Franke, in 50 years, what are we going to use AI for? Would be like asking a general from the 1890s, an era of colonial and Indian wars, to both imagine and then put into operation the tools of World War II. So maybe we're asking too much. I say no, though, for two reasons. First, some people are already doing this. There are plenty of policy experts there, respected in their own fields, who have begun offering their own insights and their opinions on what we should do about AI. Since he's a big man and he can take it, I'll point out Henry Kissinger in this regard. Says that he knows nothing about AI. Nonetheless, he's written several articles on it, labeled transhumanism as the most dangerous ideology that mankind is facing. He and others like him are making policy even as the AI experts or us security experts are sitting aside going, no, we can't do that, we don't have the data. But it's been done before. Within the military field, there are several scholars in the Air Force, an Italian scholar, and in the naval realm, an American scholar, who envisioned air power and naval power long before they became the dominant strategic tools of major countries. So we can do it, and indeed we must. However, we have a fear of futurology, especially as academics. We're terrified of being called a futurologist. If you want to see a futurologist, there's one speaking concurrently to me on the other stage. Very good. Follow him on Twitter. I recommend it. Because we shouldn't fear futurology, because this fear is a danger to our own future. Because the merit of study for anything we're going to look at isn't whether it's really easy to study, it's how important it is. So how do we study AI? Well, this is a throw out to my academic friends. You always have to have the slide that mentions the Janus-faced nature of something. So the Janus-faced nature of the singularity is that it's at the intersection of religious belief and scientific knowledge. So this requires a very interdisciplinary perspective to understand. We're going to need a lot of different people to get together on this issue. But before I dive into an approach, first we need to step back and cover one qualification. If this is partially based on belief, if we are the ones driving artificial intelligence, if a bunch of nerds believing in the singularity make it a self-fulfilling prophecy, then why don't we just avoid it? Why don't we just skip the whole process? Other scholars have dealt in depth with this on the multiple paths there are to various forms of artificial intelligence. So there certainly is no fate except the one we make. Nonetheless, artificial intelligence in some form or another, or singularity technologies in some form or another, do lie at the end of that path. And this path shouldn't be seen negatively. This path opens up opportunities for different technologies and for different countries to leverage their comparative advantages in different areas. I have my own views on the European AI landscape that's been oft discussed today. And I actually do see a little bit of hope if the European tech sector can survive the next 10, 20 years. We can go into that in the questions, though, perhaps. So, in other words, no, you can't stop it. You can't stop the signal. As people who even preceded Ray Kurzweil, making the singularity famous, have said, the singularity will come because every move a country makes will simply encourage somebody else to follow another path to it. So how do we tackle the singularity? We need another way of thinking, and I'm going to rather ironically take nuclear weapons as a sign of hope here. Nuclear weapons signaled for many strategic thinkers the death of traditional strategy. You couldn't ever use a nuclear weapon to obtain a strategic objective. Rather, it became an exercise in utilizing uncertainties in a creative manner in order to develop a doctrine, a belief about how we can ensure these weapons are never actually utilized. It was control leading to inaction that ensured our survival, even while conflict in general continued to exist. So I take the non-use of nuclear weapons as a sign of hope. Countries that were previously, 10 years ago, non-use being very qualified with the 2 uses there were, countries that were previously leveling cities and fighting a long war didn't use these weapons for decades. Now I'm going to segue into stuff that my predecessor, Dr. Franco, would find familiar. I'm going to try to take this a little bit from another way, though. I'm going to start from the broad and work down to how maybe you also as business leaders or also as security professionals could take a security perspective and derive operable actions you can take today from a larger doctrine or belief to guide your thought. Very briefly, I'm going to talk about some of the ideas of Clausewitz, because this is the way that we can just ground our thinking in something people understand. And because we're in Germany. So just to cover this, Clausewitz had 2 main concepts, one on the nature of war, one on the Trinity. The nature of war was interactive, violent, and political. And the Trinity was passion, reason, and chance. Talking about the first, I'm going to talk about how the nature of conflict and competition will change. My goal here is to encourage you to be more imaginative. The first point is on interaction. Do you know your enemy? Who are we competing against? This is going to change as we progress further and further towards an advanced artificial intelligence. Today, the one we see a lot is the AI race. Perhaps it's because we understand this the most well. We can utilize game theory. We can talk about competition and collective action problems, mechanisms of diffusion, and we can model this and understand it. Whether this is useful or not, whether it contributes to the problem, another question. But this is only the first interaction we're going to see. There are interactions at many other levels. Once somebody wins that race, you've got to deal with an AI-enabled adversary. You can't use capabilities to understand how this adversary is going to act or what they can possibly do, because we don't know those capabilities. Rather, you're going to have to develop mechanisms to understand how, on a psychological level or through a game theoretic level, an actor's behavior changes when their information changes and when their time horizons change. Nonetheless, these will still be humans, and we can still relatively understand how they will be thinking through an anthropomorphic lens. The same perceptions of time, death, space, and so on. However, there's a latent actor that we should probably already start thinking about. Political scientists talk about this in their own game theoretic models, how there are latent actors, and our failure to account for them explains a lot of suboptimal outcomes we see today. Those actors are unborn generations that we currently can't model in our political dynamics and our political environments. We also have to now start thinking about the latent actor that is the artificial intelligence. This complicates any sort of game theoretic efforts, but it gets more complicated, because it might turn out you actually have more in common with Alexa than you do have in common with a farmer from Wisconsin, which I make fun of only because I am originally a farmer from Wisconsin. So as illustrated in the books by Degaris on the Artilic Wars, the real artificial intelligence conflict will probably be right down the middle of society. Bouncing around a little bit for the cameraman there. I should stop doing that so much. So this area is not only less considered than some of the other interstate elements, it's also got a lot less institutional mechanisms to control it. So it's probably one of the more dangerous elements. What about violence? How will this change? Dr. Franke mentioned that it's getting faster. That when we look at it, we see hyper wars, as Virilio called them. Speed is important, but it's not just faster airplanes, hypersonic drones and such. It's also speed of thought, speed of production, and speed of outcomes. As everybody knows, as the hardware improves, the speed of thought, the speed of processing power is going to get much faster. We have to account for how this impacts time horizons, though. Everybody says the war will be fast, but when you have a long time horizon, actually you could attrit forever, and the strategy might actually be attrition. Why would you fight for a quick outcome when you can just outlast your opponent? Speed of production will also be something that changes quite a bit, as additive manufacturing, 3D printing, means that as often as Windows updates on your computer today, you'll be updating your hardware in real time as well, possibly leading to the death of logistics that Dr. Franke again talked about. Outcomes will also become very fast. It may be that the perfect strategy, as Sun Tzu points out, is not actually to have any serious fighting at all. If the AIs become so fast, the drones fighting out in the upper atmosphere, then you may see no violence at all. You may just wake up tomorrow in a different country. Oh, we lost the war last night, didn't you hear? Well, I didn't even know it happened. Outcomes will be different. So how are we going to even understand the outcomes? Because that is the actual point of strategy, is to reach a certain outcome, the political end, as scholars in political science and strategic thought like to call it, victory. This is an important element for scientific analysis. It's important for strategic analysis as well. It's important for artificial intelligence development, the target. But how do we know what this should be? This is probably the part where I'm the most fuzzy myself. Traditionally, they always said it's a political purpose, but they only got away with this by defining politics as basically everything. And maybe we see the implications of that today in our society where everything is political. Instead, we have to start thinking in another way. Maybe that outcomes are more existential. I'm not going to walk you through this thought exercise because I want to save some time for questions, and I'm going to walk you through a different thought exercise right after this anyhow. So you can read through my slides when undoubtedly Rise of AI provides them. Instead, let's close out with talking about the Trinity. Clausewitz's idea of the Trinity was passion, reason, and chance. These were embodied in certain political actors, but that's another issue. In my view, these ideas, in the age of singularity security, are best encapsulated in the concept of uncertainty. Chance, of course, equates very directly to uncertainty. Reason equating to the information that you utilize to reduce your uncertainty. And passion is about that decision you have to make between those two factors. Luckily, for dealing with uncertainty, this is what strategic theory is all about. How to take uncertainty and apply it to make yourself more secure. Traditionally, this always meant that we must reduce uncertainty. We must be more sure. However, when we're dealing with singularity technologies, my proposal is that we actually may not always seek to do that because we can't. We won't be able to reduce uncertainties. Instead, we have to look at creative ways of managing them, of paradoxical ways to, if not reduce our uncertainty, increase somebody else's uncertainty. Not in a way that makes them uncomfortable, but in a way that possibly just gives them more options. But options then increase our probability of being able to work with those actors. So let me start this by proposing a starting axiom, a principle. This is the lines of my own research, and there are many other ways we could take it, but points for thought. Everything has limits. And an agent with limits thinks and acts in a different way. They take those limits into account in their behavior. These ways, then, if an actor has limits, can be manipulated if you understand what those limits are. And areas of pronounced limits can even be magnified against an area where an actor has no limits. Perhaps the best illustration of this in the scientific literature is the paradox of immortality. That an actor who's immortal, who lives forever, has much higher costs in the short term because everything reverberates through centuries, through eons. Their own limitations in, I cannot do this, I can't think fast enough because is is reflected through the eons. So I propose that we need to actually look further at the limits imposed by physics. This is my own research, looks at ideas like how the speed of light affects time horizons, how theories like the principle of least action will inform the thinking of any actor. Yes, these limits are astronomical. The speed of light is terribly fast. There are a lot of atoms in the universe, yet they are limited. And there are other limits imposed by quantum technology. If quantum encryption ever comes along, limits that will be imposed on what can be known and what can be kept secret. Limits at the atomic level of what can be seen and what cannot be seen. Current stealth technology is nothing compared to the next generation stealth, which will utilize quantum principles in a way that makes it unbreakable. Once we understand what these limits are, we can then utilize them to push an actor's behavior in our favor, whether that actor be an AI-enabled adversary of the human nature, or whether that actor be an independent AI. To take you through a little thought exercise on this, let me illustrate by a little story. For those of you who are really into Star Trek canon, you'll forgive me if I get any details wrong. If we look at Star Trek IV, this was set sometime in the future, and a ship came to the Earth and was sending a signal that was disrupting the entire atmosphere. It was looking pretty bad for the Earth. They figured out that this signal was trying to communicate with humpback whales. However, humpback whales had gone extinct 200 years prior. So to resolve the dilemma, the Enterprise had to go back in time and get some whales and bring them back to the future. Time travel's a high barrier, though, may not even be possible. Nonetheless, we can utilize the concept within this, that if an artificial intelligence has a long enough time horizon and has enough options within that time horizon, that its choices are maximized, it still will not have enough information to envision every possible future. Because it has lots of choices, because it has lots of times, there are lots of possible futures that it has to run a scenario analysis of. It can only think at the speed of light. Its unlimited time horizon is therefore magnified by the fact that it can only process at the speed of light, and by maximizing its choices, it just has too many things to analyze. In this way, this principle that we have, that there are limits, this idea, a doctrine, that we can utilize uncertainty, we can actually come down to a strategy, well, deterrence. We can deter them by giving them lots of choices. But the reason this becomes important today is you can actually derive design principles from it. But the long-term vision, the strategy that we have to control the singularity, has actually design decisions that need to be made today. For instance, many people argue we need to program death by default. This is the design decision that led to all the problems in Blade Runner films. Based on my logic, however, the longer time horizon, the more we will be able to push the decisions of an artificial intelligence actor within directions favorable to our own survival. That by maximizing choice, by maximizing options, by embedding the principle of uncertainty within an artificial intelligence, which in my basic artificial intelligence technical knowledge isn't that difficult, because there's most of the principles that we would be designing an AI based upon are heavily rooted in ideas of uncertainty, Bayesian statistics, chaos theory, or mathematical ways of modeling uncertainty. And by doing this, we can actually create an AI we could live with. But how do I know I'm right here? How do I know that I am the good man, that I have come up with a solution? Well, I can't really. This brings me back to my original point, that in order to come up with the paradoxical solutions required in the era of AI and a strategy to deal with and utilize those AIs, we need an interdisciplinary and creative team. We need, as social scientists, to learn to code. We need our AI people to go out and read some philosophy. We all should sit down and watch Blade Runner once more. And only by doing this can we come up with these solutions that we need for the next 50 and 100 years in the era of the singularity. With that, I'll kind of wrap it up. I've got some conclusions I can bring in, but we want to leave some time for questions or more comments. I'd love to hear people's opinions and feed in and get in touch with me if you like, so that we can work together on this. My last job, I was working with a lot of sinologists and with roboticists out of Munich. All these ideas are not born in a vacuum, and next year in person, hope you can all come to Rise of AI here in Berlin, and we can come up with ideas over a coffee. Thanks. We give it back to you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think if you go over there, we don't really have questions. We only have praise for you, which is amazing.
I get it from the students all the time. So, no, it's meant to inspire thought, not to inspire debate.
I must say, I never trained an AI model, but what I learned from at least my portfolio companies, that what you described as the Trinity from Clausewitz is very similar, because at the end you need a lot of passion also to finish it. But before, at least there's something. Anyways, maybe is there any practical advice to people applying AI, like really in practice? Let's imagine a startup building a product with an AI model, or actually scaling the startup, creating this superiority. Is there anything you learned from your Python and research experience?
Well, I've read from many artificial intelligence scholars. I think the camera up there, or you, who gets more attention. Hello, people. I've read from many artificial intelligence scholars that giving AI a conception of time is incredibly important. It's an important next step forward. They do have some mechanisms for capturing components of time already, LTSM, attention mechanisms and such. So I would start focusing on those. And I believe a lot of people are. They're very popular right now, so I'm not too concerned it's not getting the attention it does. But being able to give your artificial intelligence a feeling for time and space is very important. This is also why I believe that the technology is looking more into the spatial elements of artificial intelligence, really important. Or if you're just not really an AI person, but you're investing in it, think about time and space when you're thinking about your investments. The very simple ideas about this are just you could see it in long, high-frequency trading, even right now. How you position your hub, where you're doing all the processing, in the ideal location between two major trading centers, so that the difference in time, due to the speed of light in the pipes, are microseconds, but you can make a trade in that amount of time to leverage the difference in prices in different locations at almost simultaneity, but not quite. That couple microseconds makes a difference. Or space-wise, buy Greenland, because it will be cooler for you to cool your AIs up there.
Right. And just being very, very boring here maybe with my question, but we always discuss on boards the strategy of obtaining high qualitative data and then labeling it, and that gives me some kind of data advantage, superiority. Is that a valid strategy that you've seen also in your research, where somebody can get the higher ground? I don't know. Or is that just temporary effect and I should aim for more?
This is going to be relatively opinionated, though I think Google is with me on this. I've read some stuff about them. So you're talking about label data, which would be much more in the supervised learning direction, and that is apparently a dead-end path. Google likes to say they're focusing on semi-supervised learning. The real cutting-edge people want to do unsupervised or reinforcement learning. I know nothing about reinforcement learning. I'd love to, because I'm into these kind of games and such, and that's usually what they utilize for AlphaStar and such. So my advice would be, no, maybe don't focus on labeled data. The problem is, and I was discussing this with one of our colleagues here today, Europe, I think, has a huge advantage in this long-term technology. They've got the Human Brain Project, they've got great roboticists, they've got physics research in CERN. They can lay the basis for really great singularity technologies. If they skip over the labeled data bit, the supervised learning bit, problem is, payoffs are longer for that. Will the European industries and government initiatives be bought out by Facebook and Huawei in the next 10, 20 years, because they're not making the profit immediately, and they'll get bought up, and then we won't actually have the European AI sector that we hope to develop.
Right. And then looking at Christmas, what do you put under your Christmas tree as a wish from everybody that could help making AI more widespread?
3000 series NVIDIA graphics card. So that I think every AI researcher is kind of wishing for one of those under their Christmas tree right now. But
one PlayStation is enough. Okay,
yeah, no, I need at least 2 of them.
Okay.
So yeah, generally speaking, that. More broadly speaking, I would love to just see everybody crack open a book that is not something you would normally find on your shelf, or do what I did, take a coding boot camp over the summer, because COVID, you can't do anything else anyways. Bars in Berlin are closed. do something a little bit to expand your horizons, and I would hope that the governments as well would do more to encourage that as well. Create these AI spaces that some of our colleagues discussed this morning where people can get together and shoot for the big ideas instead of just always making some more apps for your phone.
That's a very nice finishing line. Thanks so much, Paul, for that. It's
Thank
Paul,
you.
right?
Jesse.
Jesse or
Jesse
Paul?
Paul. Like,
Jesse
you
Paul,
can,
cool.
I know.
Jesse.
I
Thanks so
answered
much for
everything.
being here. I think that was a great finish of the evening.
My pleasure, yes. There we go. Thank you also to everybody else, and I give that over to you.
Thank you. And I'm saying goodbye for today because we're having a little bio break, and then we continue with the Humanity Innovation Challenge finals of Accenture at 5 p.m. And there you will have 2 different hosts. And I will be back tomorrow at, I think it's 1 p.m. With Christian Nagel. He is one of the most successful technology VCs. And the whole afternoon you will see AI in practice from startups. A very, very interesting afternoon. So hopefully see you back tomorrow. Have a good evening. Enjoy. Yay.
Warm welcome to the Humanity Innovation Challenge. We're super happy to be a part of Rise of AI. My name is Sandy Sander, and I work as a management consultant at Accenture. I work closely with our clients on strategy and implementation of AI solutions. And together with me, I have my fantastic coworker, Josephine.
Thank you, Sandy. So my name is Josephine Olsson. I work at Accenture as Europe Lead for Future Tech. So very passionate about new exponential technologies, innovation, and sustainability. And super excited to be here to co-host this session with you, Sandy.
Well, to a few of you, the Humanity Innovation Challenge is a new initiative. And the background to this, it was launched in Accenture Sweden about 2 years ago. And we did it together with our partners. And the reason why we did it is because despite the Nordics often being ranked as one of the happiest regions in the world, there is also a negative trend of increased mental challenges in the Nordics. New tech and social media is often painted out as the root cause to this negative trend. And being the tech company that Accenture is, we wanted to explore how new tech and AI could be part of the solution instead of the problem here. And we did so together with our fantastic partners from Samsung, Furhat Robotics, from Swedbank, SU Nordic. And we launched this innovation challenge to accelerate innovations to increase the mental well-being in the Nordics. And this challenge also serves our company's purpose to deliver on the promise of technology and human ingenuity. And as we're currently, as everyone knows, in the midst of this very severe pandemic, in these times we isolate to curb the spread of COVID-19. And WHO also released some research quite recently where it is expected that there will be increased levels of loneliness, depression, harmful alcohol and drug use, and self-harm as an effect. So with that as background, it feels like accelerating innovations within the field of mental well-being is more important now than ever.
And after receiving a large amount of applications to the Humanity Innovation Challenge, we had a semi-final event during spring. And now we will watch a movie to see a little bit more from that semi-final event.
Welcome to this live-streamed webcast of the Humanity Innovation Challenge semi-final.
My name is Daniel Hjälte and I'm responsible for Accenture's Humanity Innovation Challenge. What we want to do with this challenge is to address the complex relationship between technology and mental well-being. If we look at the Nordics, we are known to be the happiest region in the world. We are also known to be quite quick in adapting to new technologies. At the same time, we struggle in many areas related to mental well-being, specifically stress, anxiety, and loneliness. So what we wanted to do with this challenge was to leverage the full Nordic ecosystem to explore that balance between human and machine, between mental well-being and artificial intelligence, something that we believe is extra important given the crazy times that we are currently living in. This is the second year we do the Humanity Innovation Challenge, and so far the interest is just increasing. So for the just completed semi-finals, we invited 8 teams to pitch their ideas to an amazing jury with representation from Swedbank, Singularity University, Save the Children, Samsung, Furhat Robotics, and Accenture. And we evaluated these teams based on how they use AI in their solution, how well they address the core challenge of actually improving mental well-being, how innovative the solution is, but also how well it will scale. So out of those 8 teams, 4 teams made it through to the semi-final. They now get to share 20,000 euros to progress the idea until autumn, where we will declare the final winner of the Accenture Innovation Challenge 2020.
Being one of the largest tech companies in the world, we must be part of this development and team up with others and support innovators and entrepreneurs that hold solutions that enhances mental well-being. What impressed me the most in the semifinals was the width of the solutions. We saw 8 completely different solutions that all has potential to truly create an impact for a lot of people. Mental well-being is really broad and varies from person to person, which is why I think it's super important to have these 4 finalists that all tackles this same issue in different ways, and together they are enhancing mental well-being.
Yeah, I think these are some extraordinary times, and it was simply so many good ideas and concepts that we wanted to support going forward, that we felt that with the small contributions from our side and the help from during this process, we can probably put forward a lot of other good ideas and help them take it to the next step. So it made all the sense to focus on the 4 use cases rather than just one. It was really very difficult to choose one thing that go forward with. What impressed me the most with these ideas was, of course, how far they come. They are a very clear view of their target audience. They have been able to materialize their ideas really to a large extent. They also, of course, are using technology in very innovative ways, artificial intelligence being a driver in most of these cases, and the potential looks very promising.
So wow, what an amazing semi-final event that we have. I can still feel the energy and the vibe from that event, and hopefully we can create something similar here today. Because we are, of course, super excited to now kick off the final event. And as you heard from the video, we really had to adapt to these new circumstances with COVID-19 really making mental well-being more important than ever. So we decided to shift to a virtual final event where we now have 4 finalists that we will be hearing from today. So we have a 1-hour session planned here today with a packed agenda full of inspiration and innovation, where we will be hearing from all of these 4 finalist teams. So we have Team Breathe, we have Team Medify, we have Team No Stress, and Team Helper that are with us from all across the Nordics. And during this final event, we will be hearing from them all pitching their innovations. But we will also be hearing about the progress and the development that they've been making since the semi-final when we last met during spring. And in the end, it's of course what we all have been waiting for, the big winner announcement. And as we heard already in the semi-final, there were very tough deliberations ongoing with our brilliant jury. And I very much can say that the same goes for the final discussions as well. But we will have an announcement. We have come to a decision based then by our jury. So we have representation from Swedbank, from Samsung, from Ferrat Robotics, from Accenture, from Singularity University Nordics, and from Save the Children in this jury. And we will be hearing from some of them later today on the winner announcement. Sandy, soon we are ready to hear from the first team. What are you excited about the most to hear about today?
I'm definitely most excited about hearing the team's progress. As we know, the semifinals were in April, and we had a check-in after summer. Now I'm just super excited to see where they've come with their ideas, all of the teams.
I agree with you. And we are very soon ready to start off with the first team. And the first team off will be Team Breathe. And they are a team from Sweden, and they're working on a smart digital coach in your mobile for enhanced health behaviors. So super exciting idea. And first off, we will hear the pitch from Team Breathe.
Hello Berlin, my name is Sverker Månsson, I'm the founder of Breathe. We have a pandemic going around the world. It started around 20 years ago, same time as we got our smartphones and social media. and it's stress. Stress costs the Swedish society 80 billion annually. Half of all sick leaves are due to stress in Sweden, and we see the same figures all over the world. And this is just what we see. What research is showing us is that 34% of the population has high or very high stress. This is the population that will burn out in a later stage. And this is the guys that we are working with. Analyzing, visualizing, identifying, and supporting to a healthier lifestyle. Let me give you an example. An average company with 500 employees, they will lose 12 million per month in productivity loss due to stress. 12 million we could use a lot better elsewhere. And why is this? Robert Sapolsky, the world's foremost stress researcher, says, stress makes us stupid. So imagine you had a digital health coach supporting you to a healthier lifestyle, warning you if stress gets high. Think of it like a gym membership for the mind. The more you work out, the healthier you will get. Let me present Breathe Digital Health Coach. We use the same fundamental psychological process as psychologists and coaches. Self-reflection for self-awareness for self-leadership. This is fundamental. We use machine learning and psychological research, positive psychology, to give the user feedback, nudging based on the analytics to support him. We can calibrate this instrument for other diseases such as anxiety and depression. And we can incorporate external data such as heart rate variability. Incorporate that into the algorithm, we can give the user even more feedback. This is more analytics and more feedback than the user can get anywhere else. The user will of course get support from the organization. We support the organization with first line support, advanced analytics, forecast of course, but most important, we can show cause and effect of stress. And this is a typical example we see in our research. Heavy workload. I don't have time to work out as I normally do. I don't have time to spend time with friends. Sleep is deteriorating. I get more irritated and I'm not functioning as I normally do. Stress is increasing and I'm getting close to burnout. Together, the organization and the individual can work proactively to prevent this. We couldn't do this without our amazing team of scientists. Stephanie, mobile health expert at Karolinska. Lucas is researching collective intelligence and effective team, and says we can't have self-governing team and effectiveness if the team is stressed. Our computer scientist, Rickard, amazing guy creating our algorithms. So let me summarize. We have an evidence-based solution. We've shown 18% stress reduction and behavioral improvements in just 30 days with our beta. It's 100% digital. We're using much more feedback and analytics to the user than any psychology can give the user. It is the first of its kind digital health coach. We are supporting both the individual and the organization. They can work together proactively, making interventions where they really are needed. We use machine learning for advanced analytics to give the user feedback, support, the first line support. The line manager and the HR manager, they get the same support, but on an organizational level. So with that, thanks for listening and thanks for supporting us, supporting a healthier society.
Oh, sorry about that. Good afternoon, Berlin. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here today. Our vision is zero burnout. Since April, when Corona stopped a lot of activity, we have used the prize money from the semifinals to take a step back, asking ourselves how and what could we do to make the solution even more effective, thus improving the health for the user even further. From our research and pilot study, we've seen that asking the right questions at the right time and giving the best feedback is very important to get a really good effect. And of course, this has to be packaged in a very attractive design. So we redesigned the entire solution from ground up, building upon the research and the psychological understanding we gathered from our previous versions. Now we have the foundation for a digital health coach that has the possibility to change how we look at digital health support. But most important, we can reduce harmful stress and we can reach our vision of zero burnout. Previously, we asked questions in a rather mechanical way. Yes, we did create self-reflection and self-awareness for the user. And we provided the company with tons of statistics for feedback and proactive interventions. Now, we create a dialogue with the user in real time. We ask questions and we follow up questions based on the data. Thus, we can give a personalized user feedback that is targeted for the best health effect for that particular moment or period where the user is right now. And all of this is managed by machine learning. The machine learning is based on a multi-level Bayesian model employing a Gaussian process on predictors. This way, the model can be continuously updated, handle non-linearity, and avoid overfitting. I'm more than happy to show this to investors and customers what we have today. So with that, thanks for all your support, supporting us, supporting a healthier society. Thank you.
Thank you, Sverker. And now it's time for the next team. And that is Team Medified, which is a Finnish tech startup with the purpose to support mental health patients' personal recovery journey and hope to become a part of the general treatment protocol and help healthcare professionals make data-driven decisions in their treatments. And I would like to say, let's hear it from Team Medified.
Hello. Mental health disorders are unfair enemy for patients, professionals, and care providers. I'm Valtteri Korpiauski, a medical student, and we are Medified. Did you know that every fifth of us suffer from depression? Finding effective treatment can be a very frustrating and expensive process for the patient. Unfortunately, COVID-19 is a great challenge for mental health care globally. The demand for effective digital healthcare has peaked. Dealing with mental health disorders is a real challenge for even experienced healthcare professionals. Complexity of the disease and limited resources force professionals to work with uncertainties. These factors lead too often to inaccurate diagnosis and unoptimized treatment decisions. The problem is that healthcare professionals cannot track patient self-improvement process, yet 99% of treatment is happening at home. When the patient returns to the healthcare, professionals cannot be sure why the previous treatment didn't work out. Reasons for revisits can be numerous, including somatic symptoms or ineffective treatment. These ineffective treatment loops can lead to chronic mental health disorders. Medified is developing a cloud-based software system that enables data-driven mental health and creates a secure communication channel between healthcare professionals and patients. We combine multiple data sources to create more extent and unique overview of the patient recovery process. Engaging depression patients can be tricky. Our mobile application can be seen part of the treatment while activating and supporting the treatment process. The app intensifies the selected treatment method with AI-automated psychoeducational features. With the use of novel technologies, such as natural language processing, we're able to capture the individual needs to provide better care without causing an extra workload. The patient data is handled according to the GDPR. For healthcare professionals, we provide remotely valuable clinical insights from the treatment process. Overall, we increase the impact and productivity of healthcare professionals' work with mental health disorders. The software has been developed in-house and iterated with healthcare professionals. We sell our SaaS primarily to the healthcare providers. In this fall, we are launching both customer and research projects in public and private sector, where we are able to co-develop the business model and the product. We are currently generating first revenue, developing the product market fit, and exploring international partnerships. In the future, we want to transform business model into more AI-enabled data management. For example, recognizing treatment patterns with the machine learning algorithms can be very useful for pharmaceutical and digital therapeutics area. There are approximately 180 million outpatient visits in the Nordics every year. According to statistics, close to 10% of all healthcare visits are mental health related. As a future healthcare professional, these numbers sound alarming. That means there are millions of appointments where our software could be used. Estimated serviceable available market is close to 1.8 billion in the Nordics alone. Unfortunately, ongoing global events are boosting the mental health disorders in the global level. Our successful pilots in the spring validated the proof of concept, and even our prototype version was able to improve the current care. We've been able to generate traction with very low capital expenditures. Our client testimonials are well aligned with our mission of developing mental health care. The UN SDGs have guided our development in multiple dimensions. We have proven sustainable traction from several international competitions and programs. Recently, we started collaboration with one of the biggest European mental health NGO. We're selected as one of the best university startup and one of the most promising Nordic mental health tech innovation. The potential and diversity of the team is optimal for the future of health tech. The team has unique competence cocktail with clinical, tech, and business background. The partnerships include patient organization, research institutions, and healthcare providers. The advisor network have been systematically developed to enable growth. The need for personalized care hasn't changed even though healthcare services are offered remotely. Our solution is there to support digital transformation while maintaining the quality of care. We will not only create value for mental health patients, but also healthcare professionals and care providers. Thank you.
Hello. Since the Humanities semifinals, we've taken a big step forward in the field of tech and team development. We've also systematically focused on improving the company IP, research validation, and taken giant leaps towards the international markets. To begin with the customer projects, we have developed a multiple customer engagement with Finnish healthcare providers to co-develop the product and launch SaaS business model. We're now conducting a development project together with public sector while expanding our operations. We have collaboration with multiple Finnish hospital districts and development contract with the Finnish Central Mental Health Association. We have already generated initial project-based revenue, but we are aiming for the long-term SaaS revenue. I think the most remarkable development we've achieved is, however, related to the tech development. We've been testing and iterating the MVP software, and we have completely new technology stack that enables AI features, software security, and technical scalability. We are happy to say that capability and skill set to develop market-ready product is already in-house. Currently, we are developing and testing first AI-automated psychoeducational features to provide more personalized feedback for the patient based on their previous inputs. Extensions to language options are also coming this December. Between the spring and fall, we worked on validating software according to the medical device regulation. After exhaustive clinical evaluation, we got to register our software with the Class 1 CE certification. The technology and data structure have been developed according to the GDPR and also audited by several external experts to ensure security and privacy. In the field of research, we are launching multidisciplinary research projects to validate the clinical and economic impact of our solution. The key topic of the research is how to utilize mental health data to provide better care. Research group will be formed by well-known key opinion leaders, including multiple professors and mental health tech experts. In the funding sector, we combined humanity grant with existing project revenue and other public grants to obtain government guaranteed business loan, which has played a significant role in the development of our business. Currently, we are having discussion with multiple high-profile health tech angels, private investors, and a couple of Nordic VCs. As I mentioned in the beginning, we've also taken a giant step towards the international market. We've been having a pilot discussion with several US-based healthcare professionals to explore strategic market entry opportunities. Alongside, our team competence and diversity have been systematically developed with the key hires in the areas of psychology, data science, and business development. We've also received Driving Force last June when we were selected Health Incubator Helsinki program as one of the most promising health startup in Finland. Thank you for the opportunity to share our progress.
Great, thanks a lot from Team Medified. Now we're ready to hear the third team presenting, and that team is Team No Stress. And this is a team from Denmark that is working on an AI-based tool to predict work-related stress by gathering data and insights from different sources. So now we're ready to hear the pitch from Team No Stress.
Stress is a common problem in workplaces across countries. Even in Denmark, which is a country where there is a good work-life balance and social support structure, 15% of employees feel stressed, and the majority see work as a major contributor. In a recent survey we ran with 131 individuals from the United States and Europe, we found that 73% listed work as the most common cause of stress, followed by financials, health, and family or relationships. Further questions specific to work identified workload and working hours as major stress factors. This is a problem that needs to be tackled, and so we present our product, No Stress, that will help individuals and companies to identify and address work-related stress.
No Stress is an AI-based tool that predicts work-related stress levels by using calendar data, as well as data collected via smartphones, wearables, services such as email, weather information, and self-reports of stress and well-being. The value for individuals using our product is to get insights on the link between workload and stress levels, which allows them to better manage their stress. As we are primarily focusing on work-related stress, our solution targets not only individuals but business as well. The company will receive tools that will provide anonymized insights to stress and workload levels across departments so that managers can take action to tackle stress.
So how do we make this happen? The unique approach we take towards building a product for predicting stress is based on the idea that we can use already existing data for gathering insights into an individual's risk of suffering harmful stress. Our behavior, patterns, and state of mind is reflected in the way we interact with digital technologies. By developing an AI model based on metadata extracted from work-related data sources such as calendar and email, combined with additional information from smartphones, wearables, and local weather characteristics, we expect to be able to develop a solution that can predict early signs of stress on the individual level and provide the possibility to intervene early on. We envision that the product will be available as a mobile app that individuals can install on their smartphone and as a dashboard that companies can access to view summary reports based on anonymized data. The app allows individuals to connect to existing digital data streams. Statistics related to each of these aspects are then presented in the app in an aggregated manner. For example, on work analytics, the individual can get insight into work hours, email load, time in meetings, and more. The survey we ran showed that work analytics is of high interest, So we're focusing on measuring the workday in a more meaningful way, not just the 9 to 5 work hours, but identifying different parameters that contribute to an individual's mental workload throughout the day. Digital data is supplemented by self-reports of stress and well-being. The users can have quick daily check-ins at the end of the workday, containing questions related to work and work-related stress, allowing them to keep track of their stress level over the time. The long-term aim is to use AI to predict potential stress. However, we first need to build a strong data foundation and gather data from a number of initial users. The self-reports of stress might not be needed in the final product. However, in this initial phase, we need to know the ground truth of what we're predicting so that we can build our model. It is important to note that the individual is in full control of their data. They can decide at any time what data sources are used in the tool, and they have full transparency over what data is shared with other parties, such as their employer or doctor. We have a team with combined experience from both the pharma industry and startup environment, where we worked with software development, digital health, integrating data from multiple sources, and advanced analytics. We are highly motivated individuals who have proven to work extremely well together and now share a common vision.
Our goal is to achieve three things. Firstly, to identify stress early so that as individuals and companies we can take action to prevent stress. Secondly, to reduce the human cost of stress and impact on mental health. And thirdly, to reduce the impact stress has for businesses.
15% of employee suffering in Denmark is too high. It's not good enough. Let's get that number down in Denmark, across Scandinavia, and then the entire world.
Hello everyone. Here's our update on Team No Stress. When we presented in the semifinals, we were mostly in the idea phase of the project. Securing a position in the top 4 actually strengthened our belief that we had a good approach to helping identify and manage stress in the workplace. And since then, we put our efforts into refining our idea by further researching stress within the workplace through interviews with executives, an extensive survey, and developing a prototype guided by these findings. We had 3 concerns prior to the survey: on the user's willingness to share data with their employers, and then what particular concerns do they have, if any, about data privacy, and then how to engage with users to continue using the app over time. And we actually found that the majority would be willing to share data with their employer. And as we expected, some, though not the majority, are concerned about the privacy of their data. But when we asked to elaborate on the privacy concerns, the comments we received confirm our proposed approach for only sharing aggregated and anonymized data with an employer with the consent of the individual employee. The results also show that a number of factors, such as insight into workload, viewing self-reported stress levels, and getting advice on how to manage stress, would be motivators for using such an app. Based on the survey results and interviews, we have built the first prototype of the product that you have also seen in the video. Our next steps are to conduct interviews with end users where we show this interactive prototype, and based on that feedback, develop a fully functioning app for testing and piloting with a small group of users. Based on their feedback, we will make improvements and make the app available to the general public. The long-term aim is, of course, to use AI to be able to predict potential stress, thus giving people the possibility to intervene early on. We will work on this on an ongoing basis as we start collecting data via the app, which will include self-reports of stress that would actually give us the ground truth for what we're trying to predict. And we also have an initial dashboard prototype. So we plan to engage with a company to try out the app with a group of employees, and thus develop a fully functioning dashboard based on the feedback that we get from our first business customer. And we can make all of this happen by supporting our idea. We are at a stage in our company where we would really benefit from your input to define the path forward and secure future funding. We hope, of course, to win the challenge, And if you would like to be part of our journey, get in touch. We hope to have you on board to help us make a difference in mental health. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team No Stress. Exciting to hear about the progress. Now it's time for the fourth and last finalist of today, and that is Team Helper, which is a Danish startup with the idea to launch a booking platform where you fill out a survey and therefore you're matched with a psychologist who is specialized in your mental health issue. And also has a practice nearby, and it's a person you have a natural chemistry with. I would like to invite Team Helper to pitch.
In the semifinals, I told you the story of how this idea originated from an MIT project where we built this data-driven, AI-based video diary app that didn't work. And how we changed the biometrics to the chemistry between the psychologist and the client. But this time I would like to tell my own story of how I feel this is important. You see, last year, my body gave up on me. I broke down uncontrollably crying, and I had these god-awful shakes. See, I had on average only slept 3 hours a night, and I had done that for more than half a year. I had gained a lot of weight, and I had severe stress. 5 times I tried calling a psychologist. No one had picked up their phone, and I had given up. After my collapse, I got help finding a psychologist, but it was just a really awful match. He was an expert in trauma, but I had stress and his style just really didn't fit me. Sadly, I'm not alone. Half of us will at some point in our life be in a mental health crisis. And just 1/3 will overcome the draining procedure it takes to get to a therapist. The truly horrible thing though, is that even if you reach a psychologist, just 1 in 5 will find one that they have chemistry with, and thereby a good chance of effective treatment. So therefore we have created Hilber, which is the first AI-driven booking platform where you are matched with a psychologist who truly fits your mental health challenge, your personality, and other factors that can increase this chance of chemistry. You can book, pay, and give feedback. And just as we can find the right psychologist for you, we can also find the right suggestions and videos, meditation apps, and other tools that fit your journey and your person in the right way at the right time. All done data-driven that can later be empowered by machine learning. Now, this new approach to psychology has made Forbes recognize us as persons of interest. And the way that we're combining machine learning with mental health has made us win the national startup competition within health in Denmark. Behind me stands the most amazing team of engineers, psychologists, and market specialists. And if you, like us, have been close to someone in a mental health crisis, then you also understand that this is the world's most serious problem. And it doesn't just need a small startup, it needs a nationwide for free solution. Which is why I am so proud to say that we have not only gathered the largest database of psychologists in Denmark that we can match with, but the largest matching platform of psychologists in the world. We can currently match you with 1,100 psychologists. We're going to match everyone completely for free. Should you choose a psychologist with a profile on Hilber, then we'll take a small transaction fee of 12% from the psychologist and 6% from the client. We do have a slight business advantage though. You see, all publicly supported psychologists are required by law to have online booking prior to mid-2021. Of this 54 million euro market, an estimated 94% does not have that, which is a hell of a coincidence when you're building the only viable option for them to use. So I hope that you want to help us seize this opportunity. I hope you want to help us meet this high demand. But most importantly, I hope you want to help us make this a happier and healthier world. And I would also like to show you what we've built.
Right, so you can go to helper.dk
And then from here, you can, well, you can obviously change the language to English, so we can all understand. You can find your match. And then there's a little bit of description on some of the different things that we do. So you can press here to find a psychologist, or if you are a psychologist, then you can also go up here. And this is their new landing page. It's quite nicely done. We have had an amazing help with an awesome UX and UX person. But why don't we try and create a fake profile? So this is what my fake profile looks like. We're right now making a redesign. I can show it to you right here. So this is what it will look like in a couple of weeks. But yeah, we're just working really hard to get this up and going, and I hope that you want to help us keep up the momentum and really, we just love doing this, and yeah, I hope you want to help us keep on doing that. After the inspiring, and sorry it came out like that, but yeah, we were just really well inspired and challenged and motivated after the semifinals. We kind of acknowledged that we need to take a step back and really focus on what vision and what is it that we really want to build here. So therefore, we got in contact with a former junior partner at McKinsey in New York, Christine Simonsen, who helped us really develop a vision and a strategy, because there are a million health tools available, such as therapy, meditation apps. But our vision is to make the right tools available at the right time, the right way, and thereby empowering you to make distinct and lasting and substantial improvements to your life. Currently, the best mental health tools available is therapy with a psychologist that we trust and respect and have chemistry with, which is why we focus on that. So therefore, we began redesigning the onboarding procedure, as just showed you in video, and we've created profiles. We are now redesigning a little bit of the matching algorithm. Because of the award money, that was actually what made it possible for us to get this database of the 1,100 psychologists, which we're currently testing. If you want to try to see where we actually and truly are, send me a request, and I can give you a tour of the site afterwards. We've also began recruiting the most passionate talent as devoted to mental health as we are. We have the most amazing team who has moved here from Italy, Germany, Romania, and America to Denmark in order to help realize Denmark. We have given no salary, nor can we give equity. But they just moved here because they believe that they can enact a change and be a part of building something that is truly awesome. Doing the semifinals, we were just 3 people. Currently, we are a full development team of 9 people, and we are advised by senior global executives, both from Google, from McKinsey, and from multiple venture funds. Again, not only did we win the national startup competition within health, we are right now getting contacted on a continuous basis from VCs, angels, investors, and even a very large American corporate who is interested in investing in us. We are very fortunate to have been a part of the semifinals that has empowered us to, help people in a tough spot. And I just hope that we have demonstrated our momentum and how we, one step at a time, are creating a happier and healthier world through data-driven psychology matching.
Thank you so much, Team Halper and Andreas. That concludes all our 4 finalists. Thank you so much for these exciting pitches. And we are now moving forward to the jury, which is represented by our partners in this competition. And it consisted of the brilliant minds from Swedbank, Samsung, Singularity U, Nordic, Furhat Robotics, and Save the Children. And some representation with us today, we have Head of AI and Analytics at Swedbank, Nima Gurbani. And we have Alexander Grimsen from Samsung. welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's start with some questions to you, Nima. What was your first impression of our four finalists? This is your second time watching the pitches.
I think they've come quite far since the last time we met with them, and this during a very sort of turbulent time. I think they've been able to further materialize their concepts and their ideas. Some have even gone further and been able to add on clients and try this out in real life. So I think that's been quite impressive. Yeah.
And also you mentioned, but given the changed circumstances from when we launched this competition back in February, or January actually, what are your reflections on how they've adapted to the new normal here?
No, I think some of them, they've been really smart in terms of materializing on this situation, in the sense that with the COVID situation, the mental challenges are increasing, and they've been able to kind of tailor that message into their pitches, into their products further, which I think help them better with their sales. But also they've been able to, in my opinion, capture quite a lot of the good input in terms of from a data perspective on how they can further develop those products and solutions, because now we have quite a lot of evidence of some of these mental challenges that are ahead of us. So I think that's been quite apparent in some of the cases, and I think that's been, from my perspective, at least one of the reasons why I think one or two of these candidates have come really far with these ideas.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nima. And so, Alexander, from your opinion, I mean, I was also part of the deliberation meeting, and I mean, it's a tough jury, and there was a lot of crisp and good feedback, but was it difficult to conclude on a winner?
Hi, I would just like to begin to say that I'm really excited to be with you today, and especially I'm the corporate citizenship lead at Samsung Electronics, and I work with Samsung's contribution to Nordic society, and one of our strongest areas of focus is just to spur social tech innovation to kind of create sustainable tech, especially focused on health and well-being. And also, of course, I would like to thank all of the finalists for their really hard work and their really impressive ideas that they presented for us today and also before, of course. So to get to your question, like, was it difficult to choose a winner? Well, there were 4 really strong finalists that competed for first place this year. So of course the deliberation was difficult in that sense. And they all presented such good ideas. So for us at Samsung, and I think also I speak for the entire jury, one of our key criteria that we looked for was kind of if the winner could show how to create true impact and really improve our mental health in the Nordics, especially then also, of course, connected to AI and tech. So even though everyone in the jury come from different backgrounds and have very different perspectives, we could unanimously agree on the winner and kind of decide on which one we think can create the greatest impact at this time. While at the same time also show how their startup could kind of provide a unique and scalable solution that is truly AI integrated. So there was a lot of discussions, and it was very, very difficult, but we came to a unanimous decision.
Fantastic. Really interesting to hear your reflections, both Alexander and Nima. And I know both of your companies, Swedbank and Samsung, along with all of our partners, really share Accenture's passion and ambition on how to use tech to really do social good. So interesting to hear your reflections. And now we are at the time that I think all of us have been waiting for quite some time, the winner announcement. And in many ways, you are all winners, of course, and I am actually quite touched about the commitment that we have seen from all of your pitches and presentations here today. And all of you, in one sense, are, of course, winners, since all of these 4 teams have shared the Humanity prize money grant of 20,000 euro due to our true commitment on really seeing all of you making an impact on the society. But in addition to that, we do have a little bit of a bonus special prize for the winning team. And from our experience from working with early stage innovation, we do believe that funding is very important. But equally important is actually coaching and getting access to the right network. So the winning team here today will be awarded with a special acceleration package with coaching, mentorship, and network access from both Accenture, but also all of our partners, tailored to the specific needs from the winner. And now, we will not hold it off any longer, so I will leave it over to you, Alexander, to present the motivation and to share who will be the winner of Humanity Innovation Challenge 2020.
Thank you so much. So I've gotten the honor to present the jury's motivation and reveal the winner. And I can only agree that it's great to see every one of you, your commitment to kind of achieve social impact in this issue. So you're all winners in that sense. But let me now read the motivation and reveal the winner. So the winning team impressed the jury with their unique take on the challenge that mental health care is facing. Sophisticated use of new technologies and machine learning, as well as presented a well-reasoned business model. We are proud to present that the winner of Humanity Innovation Challenge 2020 is Team Medified. Congratulations.
Thank you. Awesome.
Congratulations, Team Medified. Amazing.
Yeah, congratulations.
How are you feeling?
It's a really awesome, but being home alone, so kind of weird feeling, but I'm feeling really good. It's been a great experience, and I'm really excited for this opportunity and excited to move forward.
Amazing. They were very impressed with all the contributions as mentioned, but especially by yours and the progress. And with that, we would also like to conclude on this final live stream here at Rise of AI. So thank you all for watching. We're truly excited to see the impact that Medified would make with their AI solution to improve mental health care in the Nordics. And thank you for everyone participating.
And once again, big congratulations to Team Medified. Thank you for watching.
Excellent.